Hello. It's time for another long ass deep dive with me, your shaman host, Shaman Patrick. Today we're going to talk about twin flames theory. Now, many people might think that twin flames universe is low hanging fruit.
It's getting pretty old.
It's pretty crazy. It's pretty ridiculous. But also, it does create a lot of suffering in the lives of others. There are many people who are caught up in this nonsense that goes against everything true about love. Jeff and Sheleia hate each other. They hate each other. And the more videos they make, the more they try to explain harmonious unions, harmonious relationship. It is crazy. Not just crazy, but crazy. I mean, I had a twin flame. And I'm going to debut a new song today at the end of this episode called I Got Burned by My Twin Flame. I love this one. This one's good. I mixed it really well. It's fun. It's a banger. It's a bop. I love making bangers and bops. But I also love talking about love. True love. So today, in addition to debunking twin flames theory, which is what they call it now, I'm also going to tell you what true love actually is. And if Jeff and Sheleia ever see this episode, I want to help you. Spirits are y'all got some spirits trying to take my voice. Spirits are trying to take my voice. I would love to help Jeff and Sheleia move beyond this and really be of service to humanity. This is not going to be as hard to watch as last Saturday's deep dive. If I can speak, spirits, get out, you haints. This one's not going to be as difficult to watch as last week's, I don't think. So we're going to talk about debunking twin flames theory. It's a theory now. All right. So I'm excited about this one. Strap in, get a drink, get your vape. We got a long way to go on this episode of the Shaman Patrick Show. Let's go.
He was once a storm in human form, sharp tongue, cold soul, heart worn and torn, living like a ghost who missed his grave till the spirit sang out and called him brave. He got rewired by the great unknown, heard the call like a dial tone to the bone. So pull up a chair, enjoy the glow. This is the Shaman Patrick Show.
If something works for you, by all means, do it. Do it. If it's working for you, by all means, do it. The problem with Twin Flames Universe is that it doesn't work. It can't work. It's based on a flawed premise. It's based on trauma bonding. It's based on clinging to a life raft of another person. It's all ego. It's all pain body. That's all it is at the end of the day. I mean, Jeff and Sheleia could read a copy of The Power of Now or A New Earth. It would sort it right out. But they're doubling down on this. And I feel like they're going to just keep doubling down on it. Most cult leaders will double down on it rather than to admit that they're wrong. So this video here is to be kind of like a treatise on true love. I am in true love with my husband. We have a very harmonious union, but at the same time, we don't have any of the problems that Jeff and Sheleia have. We don't have any of those problems at all. All the stuff that they talk about, we don't have that. So something's up here, isn't it? Let's get started by looking at their website to see what it is that they are selling. Oh boy, howdy, does this look good. This looks really, really good. Illuminating the path home to eternal love. This looks great. Look at these two. They look love. Let's see what Twin Flames is. Twin flame union is a spiritual state wherein both twin flames are awakened to their twin flame connection and have mutually agreed to be exclusively committed to each other. In union, at least one twin flame is studying the teachings of union. Can't click on that. And actively engaged in the spiritual work of aligning their consciousness with love, with the goal of attaining their permanent harmonious union. Well, I'm telling you, my harmonious union just sort of happened to me. I wasn't really looking for it. That's the way it happens with a lot of people. My husband and I, we started off as friends. We didn't really know we were falling in love, and then eventually we got married, and we didn't need all this fanfare, all this. He don't have to study shit. I don't have to study shit. We just have to show up in our own lives. If I come correct to the relationship, he comes correct to the relationship. It's great, no problem. But that kind of advice won't make me any money. So today I'm going to save you $8,888. Look at all these happy. That's a man. Is that a woman? Man, this is like Freaky Friday up in here. So, all right. So these are a few of the success stories. That's a one. Something up here. Something going on here. Something going on here. There's a lot of trans people. Trans people here. So I don't know what's up with that, but I actually know what that's about. I'm just playing dumb. I'm playing dumb. I know what it's about. Let's see what they have to sell on this website. The promise of dreams is that they come true. Now, what I'm going to save you $8,888 over is the everything package. Let's learn more about this. It gives you access to all Twin Flames Universe products at once, offers the greatest value for fully investing in everything you need to heal separation permanently. And they talk about separation, being separated from your twin flame, that it causes a whole lot of pain. But I hate to break it to you, according to Jeff and Sheleia, being in a twin flame relationship causes a lot of hell for you as well. So I've already done a video on their harmonious union. These people saw fit to share what it was like inside of their harmonious union. I'm not going to play the whole video, but I'm going to start this deep dive with letting them, we're just going to drop into it because it's all crazy. But we're just going to drop into it. We're going to they explained what their harmonious union was like. So even though I've made a video about this topic, which you can go look at if you have time to kill, if you have nothing else going on in your life right now, I would say go watch that podcast. But if you do, we'll just get up to speed on what this harmonious union is actually like. These people should not make videos. They have a crisis PR team that is encouraging them to make these videos. They paid this crisis PR team $40,000. Jeff and Sheleia, I will be happy to help you. You don't have to pay me $40,000. I would accept, maybe, since you've got the money, I would take $8,888. That's what I would take to help you, because you don't talk about any other spiritual things that challenge what you're doing. You don't talk about any of them. You could talk, look, you got all these books back there. Do none of these books talk about shadow work or romantic love of shadow? What kind of books are those? Are they blank books? Are you hiding money in those books? Do those books have cutouts in them? What's going on with all those books? Because anything that you are going through in your life, Twin Flames is not going to help you at all. In fact, it may make it a lot worse. God, you guys look bitter. They look fucking bitter. Sometimes you'll freeze on one of their videos and you'll see just how miserable they are. Who is forcing them to make these videos? Somebody is forcing them. They gotta be. There's no way. And there's never any negative comments on any of these videos. You take these polarizing things, and some of these comments are, where's my reading glasses? There we go. Look at some of these comments. You guys are so real. It doesn't matter what others say. Recently, I saw a quote, "The price for authenticity is to be disliked. Thank you for this honest and inspiring video. It's nice to know the history about how you did the inner work. This is my favorite part." Like, no one. Now, these people are almost universally hated. And none of their, like, all of these wonderful, they have no negative comments on any of those, any of their videos. I mean, I'm surprised I don't have more negative comments, because nobody is just universally loved like this, except for these people. These people are just universally loved on their YouTube channel, or they delete all negative comments. But see, I don't delete negative comments. I'll at least listen to what other people have to say about me. I've been doing it my whole life. But these people also are very, very young. And here's the thing. When I want advice from people, bitch better have some wrinkles. She better have some gray in her hair. Her head, if his or her head is all gray, I'm there for it. But these little kids talking about love and twin flames, I don't think so. I don't fucking think so.
Just sit and meditate, and you feel better. Like, if you're living this twin flame ascension path that we walk and that we teach, it's about self-improvement and the improvement of yourself that manifests as an improvement in your life. So in reality, we're just a team working together to improve our life.
Yeah.
And right now, the big challenge is the unmasking that's going on.
And so despite...
Because she revealed that she has ADHD, she's autistic, and she's prone to rage. She throws tantrums, and he's been dealing with this shit. Real fucking harmonious. I mean, that don't even make any damn sense. Like, in my mind, a harmonious union is when you just get along with each other all the time. That's why I say my husband and I are in a harmonious union, because we get along all the time. We don't have arguments. We don't throw tantrums. If we have a pain body attack, it's pain body. If his ego becomes active, and usually the only problems that we ever have is when our families try to wedge themselves into our life or creep into our life in some way. But generally, if we're just left alone to our own devices, it's very harmonious. So I don't know, like, this is like that Aubrey Marcus radical monogamy clownery stuff, because their harmonious union is not so harmonious.
Like that being like the biggest conflict in our relationship right now, which is smoothing itself out. I think we've also experienced deeper levels of love and loving throughout it all.
Well, the point of this is that we get to work on it. Like, this was
Yeah.
sitting latent, this mask.
I know, yeah.
And this was causing you huge meltdowns. And I'm tearing my hair out thinking I'm so
Why is she so
inadequate.
unhappy? Because, like, I have the trappings of a perfect life, and I just was not happy in it.
What a bitch. I mean, for real, what a bitch. I have the trappings of a perfect life. Good God. Good God. I had my car fucking repossessed this summer because I was too sick to fucking work. Good God.
And it didn't even make sense to me. I didn't know. I thought, holy shit, I must be really traumatized or something, because I'm not happy. But like, I look around, I should be like, all my dreams come true. And like, I'm very...
No, when I said I got my car repossessed, I did try to bust it out and make YouTube a career so I could save my car. But you know what? I just couldn't. I'm still working. If you want to support the work we do, you could join this channel for $2 a month. For less than 6 cents a day, you can support the work we do. And maybe, just maybe, someday I'll be able to buy another car someday.
Very grateful to God, but like, it seems like I'm so ungrateful because I'm just not happy in it. So like, what's going on? Like,
this is a harmonious union, y'all. This is a harmonious union. Do you want it? Do you want it? for $8,888, it can be yours.
Because I'm thinking, like, any other woman in your situation would just be in total bliss. But you're here, and, like, I felt some sort of inadequacy. Like, is this not enough? Like, what do I got to do to, like, bring you happiness, you know? And the stuff I had to work through. But we finally realized, oh, like, you're autistic and you have ADHD.
Oh, my gosh. I forgot how funny this was. Oh, oh, you're autistic. Hey, that's a good excuse.
ADHD, and you know that's a thing.
Yeah. I find also, though, that just as I've been unmasking, you've been unmasking as well.
I've been getting.
And unmasking is, I don't even know. They explained it, but it's too dumb to talk about. So she was living her life being a bitch, throwing tantrums, having meltdowns, and he was pulling his hair out and nobody knew what to fucking do about it. It was just terrible. And so here, the reason that she was throwing all these tantrums is because, oops, I was autistic all along. Oops, that explains the meltdowns. That explains the tantrums in this harmonious union. What is it about cult leaders calling things the opposite of what they are? That doesn't sound harmonious. Like, in the chat or in the comments, tell me, does that sound harmonious to you? No.
Being clearer on my needs and values.
Yeah, like you're not as tolerant, I guess,
No.
as you once were.
No, I bled more to, like, try to keep you
Basically, he's not putting up with your shit anymore, Sheleia.
in a good place.
Right. Yeah.
But now, and so, like, this is it, though. Like, what we're talking about. This is what harmonious union is like.
Exactly. This is what it's like. Yeah.
This is piss rolling down the small of your back, and it's but that's actually rain that you're feeling. Yeah, my dick is out. You can see my balls, and I know it looks like I'm peeing on you, but actually it's rain.
You go deeper, you find stuff that was always there, and then you get to work through it. And this is us working through this unmasking thing.
Now, like I said in the other video, couples are not supposed to do this fucking shit together. And like I said before, Sheleia, you need to be in therapy, medication, institutionalized something. And Jeff, you need to not try to fix her because she is unfixable at this point. She's too far gone. She's too delusional. She never got a chance to grow up. She's a baby in a big girl's body. It's a hopeless situation. Absolutely fucking hopeless. And like I said in the last video, Jeff, for God's sakes, get out. Why don't you give Aubrey Marcus a shout? There might be a constellation opening that you can join. I'm not even fucking joking about this. You look like the type of guy that would be right up Aubrey Marcus's alley. I am sure of it. I am sure. Look, if you don't know how to get in touch with him, go on the app Rhea. I'm sure you can get approved. You've got the finances for that.
And it's gotten better in the last 2 months.
Yeah.
Like, less meltdowns. I feel that I understand you better, so you're much easier to manage. And that makes me much more willing to, like, support you.
Yeah.
And much less willing to put up with crap that I thought I had to put up with before.
Now, okay, I know relationship coaches. I know them. I know of them as well. There's a relationship coach that comments frequently on the videos that I make. And would you want to know how to be in a relationship from these two fucking clowns? I wouldn't. I'm not that crazy. But I think because they're talking about, I think spiritually they have to talk about it because I think all this shit's coming to light. Like in the old days, you know, they might have looked like they knew what they were talking about. Just like Mr. Marcus, just like a lot of these spiritual influencer people. They might have looked like they knew what they were talking about. But now that I feel like spiritually something is making them reveal the truth about it. We see the men behind the curtain and the women under the table. We see all this shit now. And I think anybody who watches these videos and oh yes, they're so real. They're so real. You guys are just being so real. Okay, being real is one thing, but being real fucking crazy is another thing too. I couldn't imagine. Like, see, I don't give people relationship advice. I don't give people life advice because I can't. Most I tell people, work on your ego, do your shadow work. I couldn't imagine telling people, or, oh, here's what I do. I'll tell people, get on a sleep schedule. It'll save your life. Stop jacking off all the time. Stop watching porn. Real basic, simple fucking stuff that anybody could understand that would make their lives better. And I wouldn't tell people to do things that I have not done personally. And I'm actually thinking about not even working with people anymore because telling people what to do in their own life is so fucking cringe. I don't know if I could do it, but people still want to talk to me. You can talk to me. You can book a session and talk to me. I'll talk to you about shit. But as far as impressing upon you on how to live your life, I don't think I can do that. That's just not who I am. I don't know if I was ever that way. I just encourage people, get sober, learn to love yourself. I mean, I don't think I tell people what to do. I think I encourage them to do what is best for them and to work through their own issues, sometimes with a therapist, maybe with a shaman, but it's all about you. And you don't really have to pay a whole lot of money to do that. Go to a 12-step meeting, go to a support group. But it is kind of cringy to think that in the past I might have told people but I wasn't trying to tell people how to live their life. But again, I don't tell people to do something that I won't do. Like if I tell people stop jacking off for 120 days, that's because I did that. There's some things that I have not yet done that I don't know the benefit of. But generally, seeing stuff like this, it really does make me question, like, have I ever done stuff like this? Have I ever given advice like this? Probably. I think we all have.
Okay.
Because you were so adamant about it. You're like, I need this now. I'm like, okay, I'll give it to you.
Give me that cat. If you don't give me that cat, I'm leaving. I remember that was what it was like in Hawaii.
Yeah.
I'm like, you give me cat now.
I was never gonna. I was not a cat dude. I was a bad decision, but she was so.
And I mean, I'm not gonna pick apart her looks, but Jeff, you're a good-looking guy. I mean, if you cut your hair, you could get any girl or guy that you wanted. This is just a fucked up situation because I don't know what kind of hold she has on you. I think she's the one manipulating it all because she's the type of girl that's going to get what she wants. You know what I mean? She's going to get what she wants. And this is crazy. Merrick and I have had rough patches. We don't expect couples to not have rough patches, but our rough patches are few and far between, and they usually have to do with something with my alcoholism or his alcoholism, and we know what's going on because recovery is lifelong, and the longer you're sober, the more it gets revealed. I'm not going to say that Merrick and I really don't argue, but if we do, it's due to pain, body, or ego. It's like it's something that we can tangibly focus on. And then I usually say, you need to call a sponsor, or go to a therapist because I'm your husband. I'm not equipped to be able to do that. And you shouldn't, because if you start working with each other in a relationship, it's going to taint the relationship. You're probably going to end up hating each other. And that's why I encourage people to go to therapy, come at a relationship from a healed place. Don't drag this shit into your marriage. Don't drag this shit into your next relationship. Each person should be responsible for their own healing. Otherwise, you're just going to be clinging to each other on a life raft. It's kind of crazy.
Persistent and adamant. I was like, well, I love you, so I'll get you a cat.
Yeah, it was a nice like 9 months with the cat,
Yeah.
and then we moved and had to give the cat back.
But we're
And so let's go to the end here and see if it gets better. Let's just skip ahead a little bit and see it. But this is them explaining their harmonious union. See, look, here's another still frame. These people look absolutely fucking miserable.
Relationship, and we were able to take flight together. And in return, we have offered that gift to others. And now we have ascension coaches now that also are spiritual mentors and spiritual guides for those who are on the twin flame ascension journey. And so in that moment, we achieved harmonious twin flame union, and we never looked back. And so
But you haven't, this is the thing that's so kookaduka, because you haven't actually had your harmonious union. This is called a dysfunctional relationship. All that they described in this episode was being in a dysfunctional relationship. If y'all had a therapist, a real therapist, they would say to you both, stop what you're doing now, shut it down. This is crazy. This is not cool. And you should not be telling people how to endure abuse. That's what it is. Here's our program on how you can put up with abuse from your partner, essentially.
our hearts, we're very clear. We know when someone has harmonious twin flame union, and we know, if there's a union that is very close to harmonious twin flame union, and we know others that they need a little bit more time, and like that's okay. Like you're still in the process of smoothing out your relationship, and like that.
Relationships are so easy when both of you are healed, when both of you are working a really good program, when both of you are not marinating in your trauma or your past or your neuroses or your tantrums or your autism or your ADHD or your transgenderism or your sexual confusion or your drug addiction. Life is fucking easy when you're not fucking around with all that shit. What you guys are selling sounds really fucking difficult and crazy. And I remember being in my twin flame relationship. It ended with him being kidnapped by his own family and me in a mental hospital. That's where this shit's gonna end you up if you do this.
That's okay. There's definitely no hurry or rush. Take it at a compassionate pace for you.
I was just gonna say, there were 3 periods in our relationship that came up for me.
Yeah.
That they're not really like. One was what we already talked about, was losing my family.
Yeah.
And we're in that hotel, like, I'm looking over at you, like, all right, is this over, or
Yeah. I had no idea that you were thinking I'd leave you.
That was like the most obvious thing to me. Next.
That was not
Like, you're gonna leave
obvious
me
to
now.
me at all.
But there was that, and then
So apparently he was thinking of leaving them. All right.
I don't know, having the baby. It's just like a ton of pressure on
Yeah.
the relationship.
And these people had a baby in the midst of all of this psychological trauma and drama. They had a baby, but they have a nanny, so it's okay. But again, I'm going to make an offer. Jeff and Sheleia's baby, when you're grown up, you could reach out to me and I'll be happy to talk to you about this.
That was really hard.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was just like,
I had,
as soon as the water broke, for a year, it was just like
I had an emergency.
all baby all the time.
Emergency C-section. So I went from like a planned home birth to an emergency C-section because after my water broke, my contractions stopped. And so like basically like the baby can become endangered after like if 24 hours of the water breaking and no contractions. And I didn't know I had autism at that time.
I can't even with this shit. I just didn't know I had autism. That's a t-shirt idea. I didn't know I had autism. You know what? I'm going to make that into a quote. I mean, come on. This is crazy, isn't it?
And I was beyond like burnt out, stressed out by the time I went to the hospital. I couldn't do it. And it was like 2 days of being in labor. I was just like, I couldn't do it. And the baby was under stress. They're monitoring her heart. So I went ahead and said, okay, yeah, let's do a C-section.
So it wasn't that, in itself. It was like all the weeks to come after that.
That
pressure,
too, though. Yeah, but I'm saying
that set the stage.
My birth really impacted my coming home and everything.
Mm-hmm. So we got some more content I'm trying to, get through this question.
Right, go ahead.
Yeah, they can't. They hate each other. They probably don't even talk to each other except when they're making these podcasts. I'm not even kidding about that.
So there was.
Have you ever been around couples who hate each other? Same fucking energy.
That and then the unmasking, also extremely difficult, on me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But at the same time, like these were.
I need to know more about that unmasking. Unmasking as a late diagnosed autistic person. As someone who wasn't diagnosed with autism until her mid-40s, I often struggle with what it means for me to unmask. What if people who don't like who I am without masking? How even am I masking? These are just a few of the questions that someone who is a late diagnosed autistic person must battle with when determining whether or not to unmask. Masking is when an autistic person alters or camouflages their behavior to better fit in with non-autistic behavior expectations. Many autistic people do this because it allows them to feel safer in a world where there is still significant stigma surrounding autism and autistic behaviors. Masking is also one of the primary reasons that many girls who often mask at higher rates than boys go undiagnosed for so long, if they are even diagnosed at all. I don't think she's really autistic. I think they're in trouble. I think they're in trouble with the law. And I think that they're eventually going to say, oops, I was autistic all along. Why did y'all people take me seriously? I was autistic. Clearly, these are the ramblings of an autistic person. I think that's what they're building up. That's why they're making these videos, so that they can eventually reveal, oops, I'm autistic all along. That's a really good excuse. And it seems really devious too. And I would consider it really rude to say this shit, because there are people out there who really do have autism. I don't know if she saw a doctor. I don't know if she got formally diagnosed. These people tend to diagnose themselves with things. If they can't roll out of bed and take care of their baby and throw tantrums and stuff like that. Well, obviously I have ADHD. Obviously. I mean, it's pretty clear that I just have ADHD. This is so fucking disrespectful to people who have actual real fucking mental problems.
One of the most glorious times in our relationship. Like, you talk about us attaining harmonious union. I talk about the moment where I knew, like, you were going to be with me.
Yeah.
And, like, losing my family. And I talk about the moment we had our daughter. And I talk about the moment where we realized you're autistic and you start unmasking. And, like, these are...
The moment we realized you were autistic. It's crazy, isn't it? Like, how do you realize you're autistic? How do you realize you're bipolar in this day and age? How do you realize you're ADHD? Like, in order to get diagnosed with anything, I had to actually go see a doctor. How did they realize it? Maybe they'll say that if I talk about any of my history, I'll say, well, I was diagnosed with bipolar. The only thing I realized about myself was that I was an alcoholic. After being told that for centuries, it felt like, or decades, you're just an alcoholic. Get sober and you'll be fine. No, I'm not an alcoholic. So I was willing to go on all these flights of fancy and diagnosis. But this is crazy. We live in a day and age where people think having a mental illness is something to be proud of. What a crazy Looney Tunes world this is.
While there are hardest moments in the relationship, for me, it was like, these are also some of the most beautiful moments. This is where we got a lot closer.
Our relationship is forged under these great challenges.
But you have to be ready. Like, you're not going to be delivered a spiritual challenge unless...
Our greatest challenge was our families trying to get us to break up, and our families were pressuring us to go back to drinking and using drugs so that they could feel more comfortable again. That's a challenge that'll forge your relationship. Realizing you're autistic, like this is the thing, y'all, about Twin Flames universe. You know, all couples have problems. All couples go through challenges. But people like Aubrey Marcus and Jeff and Sheleia Divine, they take these normal ass things that just normal everyday people go through, and they place some high significance on it. That yes. I took a shit today. It was divine. I got out of bed and I looked at the floor and my feet touched the floor and I stood up. Yeah.
You are spiritually ready for it. And you have to do your preparation work. Like, God delivers them to you, and he delivers them to you when you're ready. And once again, like, when you realize this mechanic, like, that you want to live a life with God, and that's what this is like, it's very...
I want to live a life with God, but I think according to Twin Flames theory is that you can only be close to God when you're with your twin flame. I think we'll get into more about twin flame theory. This segment of this podcast is about their harmonious union not being so harmonious.
Very compelling. It's very addictive because the rewards for this work are unbelievable. They're so addictive. They're so compelling and so fulfilling.
I'm suspicious when he says addictive. I don't want things that are addictive. I'm trying not to be an addict no more. So I might have a different perspective on that, but it's still crazy.
Once you taste the divine nectar, you will want for...
Where's this divine nectar coming from?
Nothing else. And once you drink of this eternal well, you will never thirst again. Like, we talked about being so thirsty for, a romantic partner, and it's just, I don't thirst for that at all anymore. I have that. I'm completely,
Yeah, same. Satiated.
So we got some other...
Honey, you look insatiable. Like, she loves nice things. She loves it all. She loves that stuff. But their body language and everything just reveals everything.
Other cool things on here. What don't we show on social media? We talked about what are some of the biggest myths about twin flames? This is like that talks about your twin flame completes you.
I guess, yeah. I mean, what are the biggest myths? It's just giving ideas, yeah. Well, I feel like, for one, everyone has a twin flame. I've gone into that so many times, I think, in this channel, but it always helps to, share that idea again. Like, I don't know. I mean, I know where this misconception comes from. 144,000 twin flames, blah, blah, blah. It's not true. Everyone was created with a twin flame. If we weren't created with a twin flame, we wouldn't be romantically and sexually inclined, and
I don't even know how to respond to that. I'm speechless. She looks like she's mocking me right now. This might throw me into a little bit of a psychosis. She looks like she's mocking me. It's like she's looking at me going, Look at me.
Attracted to a partner, a person. It just wouldn't be there. Yeah.
That sounds like ego. That's all that is ego. We'll get into special relationships and what A Course in Miracles says about it.
And there's just many sources within sacred texts like the Bible and in Indian philosophy and in the Quran. Like it's
Okay. What about let's do some Toltec wisdom here. Let's look at the Course in Miracles, maybe a law of one. Oh, the Bible. We quote in the Bible. Haven't we moved beyond the Bible in these spaces? The Quran, some Indian philosophy. Okay.
everywhere where like God created you with another being. If you're a divine masculine, you have a divine feminine. If you're divine feminine, you have a divine masculine. There you go.
That's crazy too, because this is a little bit like, you know, what are gay people supposed to do? I'm a masculine. My husband's a masculine. What are we supposed to do in this? Well, one of us is going to have to be the woman. And that's homophobic as fuck. This is like the spiritual version of somebody saying, so, you in a gay marriage, huh? Which one of you is the woman? That's exactly what it sounds like to me, homophobic.
Yeah, like you're created with your counterpart. It's based off of the principle and law of polarity.
It's based on the principle and law of polarity.
So we all have a twin flame, and you are in your birthright to desire your twin flame and to have them in your life in harmonious twin flame union.
Which again, I'm going to say what they're selling is pain, trauma, horror. They should give away Hellraiser puzzle boxes with every $8,888 everything package. Just throw a little Hellraiser puzzle box in there. Maybe some fish hooks in an envelope.
Let me see. What's another one? Popular misconception. There's so many.
Well, it's that your twin flame completes you, but they don't. They're not going to fill the God-sized hole inside of you.
And it's because your twin flame, we just talked about this in our recent class, it's because your twin flame is not your source. Mm-hmm. When you like start treating them like they're your source of love and happiness and joy, like you quickly, like you miss the point that they are not the source of your love and of your light, of the joy in your life, like God is. They're merely just a reflection of God's love and joy for you. But they're not.
That's half true, but also, if you know about romantic love is shadow, that's half true. I'll give you that. That's half true.
Not the source of it. Don't confuse the two. That's what you could call idol worship.
Idol worship. There's so many great things in here.
Which it's that's not where God lives. So the third misconception is that twin flames.
Does she irritate y'all? Like she's an irritating person. She's an irritant, and the smugness and all of that. I might be coming off as a little smug here today, but I don't fucking care.
Is innately a toxic relationship. As we've kind of detailed quite a bit in this video, it is not. It's not.
No, it's only toxic if you let it fester and don't do your work and try to make it into something that it's not. So I think the last thing I want to talk about here is...
But you are making it into something that it's not.
How our twin flame union awakens other twin flames.
Yeah.
And
because it's contagious. It's addictive and contagious. Man, this sounds like a biohazard.
It does happen like that. Like the closer you can get to a harmonious twin flame union, or the vibration of it, the easier it's going to be to attract that into your life. And they say like you become the 5 people you're closest to. It would be really valuable if you became our student and became very close to us spiritually if you want your harmonious twin flame union, because you're going to get closer to us vibrationally, and our vibration is going to help you to attract your twin flame to you. I mean,
Yeah.
we had
Like if you, he's right about that. If you hang out with 5 heroin addicts, you're going to become a heroin addict. If you hang out with 5 alcoholics, you're going to become an alcoholic. If you hang out with 5 couples who are locked inside a disastrous toxic relationship, you're going to be in a disastrous toxic
had
relationship.
a couple students, you know, within a year ago move up here.
Yeah.
And be close to us physically.
And they were both single when they came up here, and now they are both
in a relationship.
in a relationship.
What do you know about that?
Well, I mean, you can technically be in a relationship with anybody. I mean, I could talk about my greatest hits of relationships. I used to think that being in a relationship was a great thing. It didn't really even matter who I was in a relationship with. I mean, for those of you who've watched some of my other videos, you know about my ex-boyfriend, Tom, who got me involved in a drug-fueled throuple. So sometimes just being in a relationship can make things a whole hell of a lot of worse. If you're needy, if you need to find another person, if you try to find your true love from an unhealed place, if you need somebody else, you're going to find another needy, broken person. And so if I give anybody advice, I'm like, get healed, get sober, get centered, find out who you really are, so that when you do meet somebody, you're probably going to meet somebody who also knows who they really are. And then if you two know who you really are, you're going to have a whole lot of fun. A whole hell of a lot of fun. But if neither of you know who you are, it's going to be hell on earth. It's going to be, you're going to get burned by your twin flame for sure.
What do you know? They found their twin flame. Yeah.
One of those couples is
That looks so devious. Another one on the hook. Doesn't it look devious to you? Look at these freeze frames. These are more revealing than anything else. Got another one. $8,888. Ooh, boy, howdy.
in harmonious union now already.
One of them is in harmonious union very quickly. Only took
yeah.
9 months.
Wow. So
They
the,
were-
the solution isn't move to our
When I met Merrick, I mean, Merrick and I realized we were in love, it was like, boom, let's get married. Come on, let's go. I like you. Yeah. But also, I don't recommend people getting married as quickly as Merrick and I did. But we were both sober, working a really good program. And we knew we were going to probably, like, if we ever split up, we'd probably regret it. We were like, let's just get married.
No, that's
But
not what we're saying.
The solution is follow your spiritual path and get spiritually close to this teaching and this community, and it will help you.
You come close in your heart. And that's how you get it.
Help you manifest your twin flame union, because the vibration that we hold and that we've instilled into Twin Flame Ascension School and our Twin Flames Universe spiritual community uplifts your vibration. And
Now, do y'all think, I mean, somebody told me years ago that to create a school, and I kind of half-heartedly did that. But eventually, my husband and I decided we're just going to write books and make oracle decks. And the reason that we like oracle decks is because it simulates a spiritual experience. It gives you a spiritual experience with the cards, so that we're not telling you what to do. That it's a self-guided experience. Because we've had spiritual experiences, and we're in all of the decks that we make are designed to give other people that spiritual experience. But the most our decks are like $60, and we don't make a whole lot of money on those anyway. But I think classes and programs, especially now, are a little cringe. I don't see me ever doing that, because number one, they cost a lot of money, and they tend to be a little culty. And I'd like to remind everybody we have a cult-free guarantee. You can support our work with confidence, knowing that we will never start a cult, but we will probably make a shit ton of oracle card decks because I love making oracle card decks. Okay, so we're going to move from that video. And before I move on to their next video, I just want to give you a little heads up about this episode. This one is called Twin Flame Theory Explained. Why it changes everything about love. And this podcast is so bad. My fear was that they were going to delete it before I got a chance to react to it. I mean, look at this couple. I mean, I know this is just a freeze frame, but you know, in the last video, they were a little too casual. Apparently they got notes and they were a little bit too casual. She was in sleeves. He was in a t-shirt and shorts. And so the Crisis PR team said, let's dress up for this one. Okay. Let's dress up for this one. Jeff, you put on a blazer, and Sheleia, for God's sakes, put some makeup on. But she's giving Penguin in this video. Penguin from Batman. Batman Returns. Batman Returns Penguin. She's giving that in this. And it looks like she's gained 15 pounds since from this video to that one. Yeah, because you may not know this, but these people also have meal plans. They have meal plans. And I might look up those meal plans later, since we are doing a long ass deep dive on debunking twin flames theory, because it's going to take a while to get through. And I mean, I know that we all know it's bullshit, but at the same time, maybe somebody will see this video and not get wrapped up in it at all. It's like an inoculation against this kind of stuff. And I think time is up on all this fake spiritual shit. I think I used to love watching cult documentaries. I love cult documentaries. And at first Merrick was like, Patrick, why do you watch all these cult documentaries? And I said, because I want to know how to help people, but not do what these fucking people are doing. Because there's not really a school on how to be a spiritual teacher. And I thought, because I didn't have a really strong mentor, I thought I needed to create a community. Like at first I was going to build a monastery in Chicago. We looked at an old synagogue. It would have been really cool. But then I'm like, do we want to do, why would I want to create a monastery? Why would I want to create a community? Why would I want to do any of that stuff? Because it's all ego. Anybody who wants to do that shit is ego. Like Merrick and I might build a little personal monastery, a little shamanic monastery, because we love studying spiritual stuff. We love pondering mysteries. Probably not going to have anybody come live with us, but probably people could come stay with us. But there's no route. Like it just seemed like it was a template to follow. Come up with some teachings and then have people follow you and quite possibly move in with you so you can teach them. You're creating your community away from the world, like a little sanctuary, because the real world is the real world just doesn't get what we're doing, man. So I would watch these documentaries. What did we watch? The Mother God one. That one's nuts. The Twin Flames ones are nuts. The Nexium documentaries are nuts. How many people get caught up in this shit? And the best way to not get caught up in this shit is to go to therapy, get healed, go get treatment for your trauma, and then realize that this twin flames stuff is all just garbage. It's all just nonsense. It's all made up shit. These people have become millionaires selling things to people that don't even work. Meanwhile, it's making the rest of us spiritual people look bad. We're not all like this. We're not all trying to start cults. We're not all trying to do all that. What am I trying to do? Hey, I got a primary purpose. You know my primary purpose? You know what these videos are actually about? They are about showing people that you can recover and you can heal from some of the worst shit in your life and still have a smile on your face. It doesn't matter how bad you fucked up in your life. You can still find true love. You can still find your people. You can still find your people. And that's the name of the site. No, wait, hold on. That's the name of, if you want to support this channel, that's what I called it. Level 1, the $2 option, my people. Because I feel like you are my people. If you resonate with this stuff, you are my people. And for the low price of $2 a month, people can join this community. And that's it. And you can come and go as you please. And you can call me names if you want. I don't mind. In fact, you could call me names now in the chat right now or in the comments. Call me any name you want to call me. I've heard it all before. But be careful. Don't get banned off YouTube. But really, you can call me whatever name you want. It doesn't bother me at all. But before we move on to this particular brand of crazy, like this is crazy. What you're about to hear in this podcast, it's an hour-long podcast. What you're about to hear will let you know for sure this shit is bananas. More bananas than bananas. But I think we need to talk about special relationships here. Special relationships. I need a drink of water. Hold on. Like many people, I spent most of my life looking for my true love. The guy that was right for me. I wanted the guy that was right for me. And this led me on a lifelong search to try to find the perfect guy. And that's like I've said earlier, but I thought just being in a relationship was good enough. I thought just as long as I was in a relationship, it didn't matter if it was toxic. It didn't matter if it was abusive. Being in a relationship was preferable to not being in a relationship. And I mean, guys would treat me horribly. I needed to be in a relationship so bad. Guys literally had to peel me off of them. They were like, they would have to treat me really horribly just to get me to go away. Now, then I realized I had autism. But the concept of the special relationship is one that you find in the Law of One, in the Course in Miracles, and that special relationships can really fuck you up. They prevent you from having that sort of true love in your life. Because the special relationship is a relationship where you might think the other person is your beloved. Let me go to the text. I'm gonna read from this. I don't want to explain it. But A Course in Miracles, special relationships are defined as those that are used to reinforce the ego's belief in separation from God, rather than as a path to healing and unity. These relationships, though they may appear loving, are actually driven by unconscious needs for validation, control, or to avoid feelings of loneliness. Essentially, they are relationships based on bargaining, where one person seeks to get something from another rather than offering unconditional love. Now, here's a more detailed breakdown. They're ego-driven. Special relationships are fueled by the ego's desire to maintain the illusion of separation from God and others. They are characterized by projections, expectations, and attempts to control or manipulate the other person to fulfill perceived needs. Much like in the last video, we saw Sheleia throwing a tantrum because she couldn't get a cat. There were other things like she wanted this, she wanted that. She controlling Jeff to get her needs met. That's an ego-driven special relationship. They're not true love. ACIM clarifies that special relationships are not expressions of true love, as they are based on conditions, expectations, and a desire to get something from the other person. And they're seeking union in separation. The ego attempts to find union and wholeness through special relationships, but this is a false union, as it's based on separation and the exclusion of the other person's true self, which you will see in Twin Flames theory that there has to be a divine masculine and a divine feminine. This is problematic when there's too many women who have signed up for Twin Flames universe and not enough men. So they've actually encouraged, they say they don't do this, but they did, people to change genders in order to have that harmonious union. And they've actually helped people transition into another gender, because even if there has to be a divine masculine and a divine feminine, because you can't have two women together. And if the woman has to have a man, and if there's no men around, well, one of y'all women is just gonna have to be a man. Them's the breaks. That's God said so. God said so. So in the Twin Flames teachings, which we'll listen to the whole Twin Flames theory. I might be wrong about some of this stuff. Okay. So I'm watching this video to see if I'm wrong about any of this stuff, but I want to hear it from their mouth as well. But it's not about getting to your true self. It's about forcing people to be in harmonious union with each other. Jeff and Sheleia's relationship is a lot like a hostage situation. It's a lot like a hostage situation. You're going to have to be with me because God said so. And that's what it feels like to me. So some examples: special relationships can manifest in various forms, including romantic relationships, friendships, and even parent-child relationships. I know that Merrick's father wanted to be the dad. I'm your father. I'm your father. I'm your father. Any attempts to have a real relationship, a non-egoic relationship with his father, proved fruitless. Fruitless. ACIM contrasts special relationships with holy relationships, which are guided by the Holy Spirit and aim for forgiveness, healing, and the recognition of oneness. ACIM teaches that special relationships can be transformed into holy relationships by recognizing their ego-driven nature and choosing to see them through the eyes of the Holy Spirit. And Merrick and I have achieved this sort of holy relationship, this spiritual partnership. I know when it's ego and I know when it's true self. I know when it's false self and I know when it's not. Actually, we have a book. We wrote a book called Transcend the False Self. And this is a book that helps you come back to consciousness if you happen to be in an ego attack. And I know when Merrick is acting out of ego. He knows when I'm acting out of ego. And we also we found a way to help each other with that. The stuff that we make it for ourselves and we share it with you. That's how we do our stuff. We're not trying to sell you something that we wouldn't read ourselves or follow ourselves. But the holy relationship, you recognize the ego-driven nature and then you see it differently. And while the Course acknowledges the ego's role in special relationships, it doesn't necessarily advocate for abandoning them. Instead, it encourages students to recognize the ego's patterns and choose to heal them. So, I was afraid to go to Al-Anon because I thought that the people in Al-Anon would tell me that I should never have gotten married to my husband. I think people are afraid to heal because they might find out, well, you should never have married your husband. But here's what I found out. No, you don't have to split. If you realize that you're in a special relationship or in an ego-based relationship with somebody, you don't have to leave them. In fact, you guys are together for a reason. This is a really good opportunity for both of you to work on ego issues together. And that's what Merrick and I did. We realized maybe we got married for the wrong reasons. But what do we do now? What do we do now? And I think that's part of the fun of it. Realizing, oh shit, we called ours a marriage of convenience. And it was a convenience because we were both trying to get away from our crazy families. And we were like, well, let's get married so that if one of us gets sick, the other one can't kidnap us. Oh my God, we come from sick families. The fact that I'm saying that out loud. Yeah, we did. We're like, well, I don't want to get put into a mental institution again. And if you get married to me, you would not be. Ours was a marriage of convenience, mainly to keep us out of mental institutions that our families probably wanted to put us in. Essentially, oh my God, I can't believe it. It's crazy. ACIM emphasizes that it's not about changing external behaviors, but rather about shifting the mind's perception from separation to unity. And by recognizing and healing special relationships, individuals can move closer to the state of atonement, where the illusion of separation dissolves and the recognition of oneness is restored. So if Jeff and Sheleia hear this video that I'm making today, I'm gunning for you guys. I would love it if you were to abandon this twin flames nonsense or transform it. You could say we were wrong. You could say we were wrong and we were promoting something that was kind of damaging. I have some notes here. I want to tell you something. I was at a recovery meeting earlier and they were talking about some cool things in this recovery meeting. Let me tell you, my friend Dan texted this to me and he said, recovery is a commitment to reality at all costs. And in this meeting, we were talking about people who are delusional. To be delusional means creating suffering in your life and the lives of others. And these motherfuckers right here are creating suffering in their life and in the lives of others. And I have a feeling that they're going to be forced to stop doing it at some point. So I'm giving them a heads up and letting them know that they could transform this. They have the capital. They obviously have gifts. They have gifts. He's a great businessman. Jeff, oh my God, could you help me with my business? Because I'm a terrible businessman. I'll help you get out of this shit. I'll help you transform this shit. If you can help me with my business. No. Actually, no. Never mind. Take back. I don't want to end up like you, man. I don't want to end up like you. Okay, never mind. Take back. All right. So now that we know what special relationships are, and we know that Jeff and Sheleia are going to double down on this stuff. I'm going to move myself over here. Isn't that cute? You guys thought I could move fast. Look. All right. So now let's get started with the true focus of this video is twin flames theory. What is it? What is it all about? Jeff and Sheleia, please take it away.
You want the thing that is a stretch for your soul, that takes you to the next level, that goes beyond where you're at right now. That's the thrilling thing. And if you have an ideal, optimal partner in life, it allows you to reach so much further.
That's really thrilling because it takes the concept of twin flames to a totally different level, a totally new level, when you realize that you both are divine beings created as one, walking on this planet as a spark of the divine, as a spark of God. And that impact of consciousness on the planet is significant.
So before we begin talking about this podcast, I do want to say something. You know, I realize that we are all one. We're all one. There's no difference between you and me. You know, I have soul searched about making this podcast because I'm thinking it's not fair. Jeff and Sheleia they're extremely damaged, wounded people. What right do I have to talk about them in this way? Why am I called to do it? Why am I encouraged by my spirit guides to do it? Because they are delusional. They are delusional. And we know this because they create suffering for themselves. They've created suffering in the lives of others. Also, we know because they have a lot of enemies. If you're out in the world creating a bunch of enemies, that's not good. That's not good for you either. So I feel called to do this because I really do want to help Jeff and Sheleia. I remember when people were making videos about me, they were horrible. I couldn't even fucking watch them. They were so bad. I even thought of showing one of those videos. I couldn't get through the first 3 seconds of it. It was so awful. Like, it's really hard to watch people call you out. But even so, I have been called out in this way before. It was very effective. This method of being called out when you're fucking up your life is very effective. Now, I know the people that called me out, that there was a darkness in it, but at the same time, something had to get through to me. Like, I shut up for many years because of that stuff. I shut up. I withdrew from having a YouTube channel, and I worked on myself in secret and in silence. And I'm so glad that people called me out. If those people had not called me out and made all those horrible videos about me, if they had not made merciless fun of me, I probably would not be here doing it today. So in some ways, I think if you're on this path, if you're on the path of truth, if you want the truth, this is a necessary step. So yeah, I'm going to make fun of the stuff they talk about because it has to be done. The truth is coming out. It has to be done. So I did soul search over whether or not to do this. And I kept pulling, it was like pulling that cosmic slot machine. Should I do this or should I not do this? Because I do think about the things that I do. I think about the songs that I make. I think about the things that I write. I weigh it. I run it by my husband. I have given a lot of thought to this. It wasn't something that I just, oh yeah, I'm going to make fun of Jeff and Sheleia. No, I don't make fun of people. I feel like in some way, Jeff and Sheleia, since we're all one, Jeff and Sheleia are wanting this. Their higher selves want it. They want this to happen, much in the same way that I realized that those people weren't bullying me. I was bullying myself. I was creating that stuff so that I could move beyond it. For a long time, I was resentful of those people who bullied me, harassed me, stalked me, whatever, gang stalk or whatever. It doesn't even fucking matter now. That shit saved my life. And I think that only happens to people who are really going to get it. And I feel like Jeff and Sheleia are really going to get it. They've come this far. So as we debunk this twin flames theory, I'm going to listen to it. Honestly, I'm going to be open to listening to it. It's probably not going to be as hard to listen to as the Aubrey Marcus podcast, because at least these people aren't fucking high that we know of. Although some of the things they say sound high. But I chalk a lot of this up to spiritual ego. The spiritual ego was really strong in me back then. It was really strong in me. And the spiritual ego is the hardest thing to get rid of. Sometimes it takes shit like this to blast it apart. So yeah, this is kind of a public service. This is something that I'm doing for Jeff and Sheleia in love. This is a love gift for them, because I was like, is it right for me to make this, since people made videos making fun of me? And I'm like, no, it's probably kind of a duty at this point. I mean, I am a shaman. I am in America. I do stick up for the underdogs. I do alert people. Like, I don't think controlling people are very good for people. These are controlling people. They want to control everything, food, they're a control cult. They want control of you, control of your finance. I don't like that shit. That shit's not good for me. But also I know that we're everybody's playing their part. I think twin flames is the cause of a lot of heartbreak, a lot of unnecessary suffering. And I do feel like they will be forced to stop doing it at some point. I mean, once they make a documentary about you, calling you out, I mean, they don't make documentaries just for no damn reason. You might be doing something that other people might object to. And when we're talking about this, the best spiritual teachings are grounded in reality. The best spiritual teachings about ego and shadow work and stuff like that, they are grounded in reality. They are easy to understand. once the ego and the spiritual ego breaks. Once the spiritual ego breaks, all this cockamamie nonsense, gobbledygook doesn't make any sense. So the true spiritual teachings are grounded in reality, not in the higher reaches of the divine. I will tell you that.
Today we're going to be talking about twin flame theory. What are twin flames? Where does it come from? All that jazz. It's the Jeff and Sheleia podcast episode. Yes. The next one. I got my...
You got your cat mug.
A funny cat mug.
I got a Virgo mug because I'm a Virgo. Yeah. We got the cat mug at a art fair.
So right off the bat, y'all audio's channels need to be merged. Whoever your media person is, you guys have so much fucking money. Why can't you just hire somebody to do this part for you? But her audio is coming in my right ear and his audio is coming in my left ear. Do I even have these on right? But still, y'all should come on. You guys are rich. Why isn't this better? Look at Aubrey Marcus's podcast. At least that fucking looks decent.
Festival, some old lady, she makes these fun little cat mugs.
So tune in, relax, and let's get started with the show.
Let's get started.
So a lot of people want to know about twin flames. This concept is out there a lot. There's a lot of different people who will say a lot of different things about twin flames. We are the world's
boy howdy.
Foremost expert in twin flames. We are the couple who coined the term harmonious twin flame union.
For God help you. God help you. Here's how you know that the spiritual ego is at play. Because, I mean, you might be an expert on things, but you don't say it. You don't say it. Because that's arrogance. That's hubris. And that means you have shut the door to any type of criticism. I might say that I might be an expert on this or that, or I might know a lot about something, but to actually say I am the world's leading authority on, like, I'm not even an expert on my own damn shamanism because it comes from spirits. I've had very little to do with my shamanism, but to say that you're we are who else calls you an expert? I don't hear anybody saying Jeff and Sheleia Divine are the experts on twin flame. I don't hear that shit. That's coming from you. And that it's like no spiritual master refers to themselves as a spiritual master either. There's a lot of ego, a lot of hubris in that. And you can tell how humble these people are by the way they talk about themselves.
We're the only community on earth who's producing harmonious twin flame unions. And we have
but they're not, though. I do want to say that what they call a harmonious union is a dysfunctional relationship. It's a lot like the radical monogamy not actually being monogamy.
Pretty straightforward method on how to arrive at harmonious twin flame union.
It's a convoluted method. Come on, don't piss down my back and tell me it's raining.
All of that. Yeah. But I want to talk mostly today about twin flame theory. I want to get into the details and the spiritual science behind it and why we believe twin flames are a thing and why it's different than soulmates. And moreover, why is it that we can believe twin flames actually exist and it's not something else? It's not just some fantasy. It's not like something we just say and claim for YouTube clicks.
So they're going to talk in depth about this theory. I am here for this.
But that there is a real thing. So first off, let's define twin flames. Twin flames are two divine complements, two components to a single soul. And I want to let that sink in for a moment because this it's a lot, has a lot of meaning to it.
Mm-hmm.
That is as meaty as a Pringle chip. That it actually is as light as a feather, and it actually says nothing. There are two divine complements to one soul. Let's define a soul.
So twin flames are two complements to a larger whole. Now, this doesn't mean that if you're a twin flame that you are incomplete without your twin flame. It just means that you're part of a larger thing going on. So you are totally complete unto yourself as an individual, and having a twin...
Here, let me explain this to you. You already whole, bitch. There. You already whole.
Twin flame does not make you not an individual. Being with them or not with them does not take away your individuality. It means that you are part of something greater, that you are the complement to a union, that you are a twin flame if you have a twin flame. And we're going to go through some of the basics here first, and then we can kind of go into some more details into why we feel and think these things and how we arrived at this conclusion. And it's from personal experience and exploration. And so first, let's talk about the complements, divine complements. And this is something that some people get uncomfortable with, and it's about the masculine and feminine complement. And
this is controversial because they've had to change the way they do things several times. Like they used to, like they would tell people that they had to stalk their twin flame, or that their twin flame may not be receptive to them. And it ended up in a lot of stalking, a lot of that kind of stuff. So eventually they had to reel it in, and now you have to be a member of their group, and then you get assigned a twin flame. And by the very fact that they've changed this, that, because spiritual truths are true. Spiritual truths don't change all that much. I mean, our understanding of those truths can certainly change, but if you've watched either of their documentaries, you will know that they've changed this thing, and now they're calling it a theory. And I suspect it's to give it some sort of scientific legitimacy, or making a case that,
twin flames are masculine and feminine in nature. So you are either a masculine soul or a feminine soul, and your twin flame is a complement to that. So if you are the masculine in your union, then your twin flame would be the feminine. Now, this is in spiritual truth. This isn't centered in physical reality first.
Now, like I said before, spiritual truths are usually grounded in reality. They're usually grounded in reality, and again, breaking through the ego construct, breaking through that false self, because the false self would have it all fucking inverted. So when Jeff is saying that, well, I'm sorry, there's a masculine and a feminine soul, and I don't necessarily believe that. I mean, the soul is immortal. Like, you're a divine being in a human body having a human experience that you chose to have. That's what I believe. And in some lifetimes, I've been a woman. Some lifetimes, I've been a man. And on other planets and other timelines, I've been something completely different. Sometimes I've been a cloud of gas. Sometimes I've been a bottle of divine nectar. We all get our turn at bat. So this seems like the ego's interpretation of a spiritual truth. It also says, you can make up any shit and call it a spiritual truth. Doesn't actually mean it is a spiritual truth. So I have beliefs and spiritual truths and laws. Sometimes spiritual truths are contradictory. And that's good because the ego cannot understand spiritual truths. Spiritual truths can't even really be talked about. They have to be realized.
Twin flames are a concept that exists in heaven, in spirit, not physically starting on earth. It comes from heaven, and you can incarnate or embody onto earth. But the fundamentals of twin flames exist in heaven first, and that's where we're talking.
Well, it's based on spiritual laws and reality first, is what you mean.
Spiritual laws and reality. Spiritual laws and reality. So there are laws that we have to follow in America, in our communities. We have to follow these laws. But Jeff and Sheleia have broken these laws, and they're right now they're being investigated. And a lot of these videos are clearly, obviously, things that they are using to explain their position, because otherwise, why would they do it? Why wouldn't they just be happy in their little cult? Why would they feel the need to come out and talk about it in this way? And I think that they're skating a fine line here, especially with their divine dish. Do you know about their divine dish stuff? It's food for God consciousness. And the divine dish mission is to support your spiritual life through food and to help you deepen your relationship with food in your body. You won't ever have to worry about not eating enough, binge eating, or malnourishment. Divine Dish provides you with professional chef-curated gourmet quality meals that you can cook for yourself and your family. When you invest in Divine Dish, you will only ever feel spiritually, mentally, physically, and emotionally fulfilled by your food. Try our free sample menu. $129 a month. Man, these people will nickel and dime you. Let's see if we can get a free. Look at this shit. Am I seeing what I'm seeing? Am I seeing what I'm seeing here? This doesn't look healthy at all. Are those nachos? Is that? I mean, this looks like white trash cooking to me. This looks like white trash cooking. And I love the white trash cookbook. I mean, I myself am white trash. This looks like white trash cooking. Become a home cook. This is a little crazy. But for those of you that don't know about their meal plans, I looked it up. I'm like, Twin Flames Universe meal plans. Twin Flames Universe promotes a specific approach to eating as part of their overall Twin Flame journey. One prominent aspect is the Divine Dish meal plan created by the founders. Here's what the search results indicate about the Twin Flames Universe approach to meal plans. Emphasis on Divine Dish, providing weekly meal plans, recipes, and ingredients lists, aiming to deepen the individual's relationship with food and their body. Connection to Twin Flames energy. The meal plans are described as ensuring members are eating appropriate amounts to draw Twin Flame energy. It's an Egg McMuffin. I don't even know what that is. That's breakfast, okay. This is just pasta salad. Those are skillet nachos. I've made those before. When I feel real bad about myself, I'll make skillet nachos. That's a shame. That's a shame dish. And then for dinner, that looks like a chicken breast that's just chili with jalapenos. And some of these dishes are real gut busters, if you know what I mean. Okay, so that's going to connect you with Twin Flame energy. Honey, if you eat chili and you go to bed with your Twin Flame, y'all might start a fire. All that chili, jalapenos. The potential for weight gain. One former member in the Netflix documentary reported gaining 70 pounds in 9 months on the recommended high carb diet. And focus on health. Do you know about feeders? Do you know about guys that feed? Here, let me tell you about feeders. it's a sexual fetish. So if you guys don't know about this, this is what this divine dish reminds me of. Feederism. It's an underground sexual fetish which involves one partner, the feeder, feeding the other, both to obtain sexual arousal and to encourage weight gain in the feedee. Feederism can vary in nature from a consensual act between two people who mutually appreciate the larger body type to non-consensual abuse, which may involve force feeding and bondage, and is undertaken with the intention of fattening up the feedee to the point of immobility and total dependence. The weight gained can also vary from a few pounds to hundreds. While some feeder relationships are not undertaken with the purpose of weight gain at all, but for the enjoyment of food in an intimate context. Most feedees are female. BBW or SSBBW. I don't know what that is, and I don't even want to look that shit up. While the feeders tend to be FA males. Although this is not the case and always the case, and gay lesbian feeder relationships are not entirely unheard of. Jamie is Debbie's feeder. She's gained 150 pounds since she met him, but she's aiming for 200. Are y'all seeing what I'm seeing? Are you seeing what I'm seeing? So some individuals on the Twin Flame journey report changes in their dietary preferences, with some shifting towards primarily vegetables, salads, and eggs. Important note, it is crucial to be aware. So see, these people are universally hated. It is crucial to be aware that Twin Flames Universe has faced accusations of being a cult or high control group, with some former members alleging manipulation and abuse. These allegations include concerns about financial exploitation and control over various aspects of members' lives, potentially extending to their diets. The Michigan Attorney General is investigating the group. If you're considering the Twin Flames Universe approach to diet, it is recommended to consult with a qualified healthcare professional or registered dietitian before making any significant changes to your diet, especially if you have existing health concerns. Be aware of the controversy surrounding Twin Flames Universe and the claims made by former members. Consider if their recommendations align with your personal values and beliefs about health and nutrition. And I'm going to say, they don't talk about weight loss, but she looks a damn mess. I would not take beauty advice, fashion advice, health advice, or relationship advice from Sheleia Divine. I don't hate myself enough. And all of these dishes, these are okay, let me tell you something. When I worked my first corporate job, it made me miserable. Was it in 95, 96, probably 90, 95, 96, maybe 97. I don't remember. I did a lot of drugs, but Ally McBeal was on, and on my way home, I would stop at Kroger. I would get a big bag of tortilla chips. Then I would get a big block of Velveeta cheese, and then I would get a couple of cans of Hormel chili with beans. I would go home. I would put both cans of chili in a pot, and then I would put the Velveeta cheese in the pot, and I would let it simmer while I took a shower, and I would get that bag of chips, and I would sit in front of the TV and eat that while watching Ally McBeal. It was my saddest moment. Like I had succumbed to the Matrix. And eating that stuff. Of course, I blew up. I changed my relationship to food, but that is my fat girl shame. Okay, that's my shame. So these kinds of foods like this, they remind me of shame. They're I mean, it looks like Greasy Spoon Diner stuff. Hamburger. It's like, it's what little kids would want to eat. essentially, which makes a whole hell of a lot of sense since these motherfuckers never even grew up to begin with.
And that there are a set of spiritual laws that all of nature and like reality abides by. You know, a popular concept that we know of is the law of karma, also known as the law of cause and effect. So with twin flames, for instance, we abide by the spiritual law and reality of the law of opposites, meaning that if there's an up, there's a down. If there is a masculine, there's a feminine. And even with temperature, there's hot and then there's cold. But
where have I heard this before? Where have I heard this shit before?
Okay, this is near. This is far.
See, we heard it all before. It's nothing new. It's fucking Sesame Street up in this bitch.
Hot and cold only exists upon a gradient, or like love and hate. Like you can love someone one minute and then hate them the next, but it exists on that same gradient known as.
No, that's crazy. That's crazy. You can love someone one minute and hate them the next. No, there's crazy and there's sane. I mean, I get this. This is Mickey Mouse, cookie cutter. This is remedial. And nobody in their life has sat them down and said, honey, 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 this is not helping. Like, how would you guys feel if I started talking to you like you were little kids? Like, okay, there's these spiritual laws and realities. And I know they sound like stuff you'd hear on Romper Room or Sesame Street, but it's crazy, isn't it? How did these people get rich with this? It's wild. It's almost offensive.
As the law of opposites. And so with twin flames, that's where we exist within that spiritual law of opposites. And we exist as a polarity within.
I love Jeff's low key. Like, look, here, I'll make myself bigger so you can see it. She's talking and he's like,
in that, the law of opposites, but we really, the underlying unifying force of the law of opposites and all spiritual laws is the law of oneness, the law of unity. And so you can experience your twin flame union not just from like a personal level, but also from the level of like your higher self, meaning you can feel like all of the energy of your union as the masculine and the feminine when you tune into your masculine, if you're feminine, and vice versa. And so
no, that's offensive.
It's really intriguing. It's really empowering, I find, to do that. There'll be times where I'll meditate on our union as well, like the energy of it. And
why are y'all meditating on shit? Why are y'all meditating on stuff? This is something that you hear sometimes, like, well, I need to meditate on that. I need to meditate on that. Maybe somebody can explain that, because if you've learned to control your thoughts, if you're not thinking, if you're not reacting, if you're present, that's the meditation. Presence is the meditation. You know, sometimes meditations can be just not thinking. And that might be a controversial opinion, but if you don't like meditating, try not thinking, and you won't have to meditate. Because, you know, when you can stop the ceaseless mental chatter, meditation is why that's an escape. Many people use meditation as an escape. But, you know, when you make a commitment to reality, feeling reality as it actually is, there's no need to meditate. There's no need to practice controlling your thoughts, because you've mastered that ability to control your thoughts. I can control my thoughts. If I start thinking something crazy, I'm like, no. If I get a thought that says, go to the store and get some chili and Velveeta. I'm like, no. Man, you can develop that skill. It's not easy to develop that skill, but once you do it, it's a permanent skill that you have.
Yeah, it's really interesting because underneath it all, I just feel God. But yeah.
So let's talk about some more of these concepts. And we've touched on one of the concepts, which is incarnation into physical reality. And you have to understand that physical reality is not the primary reality. It's kind of like a video game that you spawn into.
Well, kind of no duh. But also, I think this kind of thinking can be a little dangerous as well. Like when I had my near-death experience and saw through the illusion of reality, it was very horrifying. It was very fucking disturbing. And, you know, these people talk about these things so casually, you know, and I don't think they've really ever experienced the horror of seeing through the illusion of reality. Because if you really saw through the illusion of reality, it would completely, this kind of shit wouldn't even enter your mind. This twin flame shit wouldn't even enter your mind because if it is a simulation, twin flames would be you're overly participating in the simulation. Your theory is based on this illusion being unreal. Like, that's why I like A Course in Miracles. A Course in Miracles said, don't take any of this shit seriously. Why are you taking this seriously? Because it ain't even real.
Or a program that you start up. It's a story that you play through until that your experience is complete. And then when you're done here, you disincarnate, or your body dies, but your consciousness continues on beyond the body. And so let's often we start here when we talk about twin flames, we talk about our work and teaching. It's, do you believe that you are a human being who has spiritual experiences first, right? Or do you believe that you're a spiritual being who's having a human experience, right?
Well, I know I'm a spiritual being having a human experience, but see, it's not even that. It can't even be described or explained. What I experienced in my near-death experience, it would probably take me 4 years to explain it accurately if I made an 8-hour video every day. I mean, my opening credits, the 30-second opening credits gives you just like a brief overview of it. But the things that I experienced cannot even be explained in this way. Sometimes people talk about their near-death experiences. I can't even find words for some of this shit. So to talk about it so casually, as if, I know that maybe you haven't experienced anything like that, Jeff and Sheleia, because you wouldn't even be entertaining this twin flames nonsense at all. You'd be like, oh yeah, this is fucking crazy.
Which is primary? Is it that you're a spiritual being incarnating into a physical body, or that you're a physical being who sometimes, if not you, then you've heard of some people who have spiritual experiences, and it's probably explainable by science as some sort of, flash of electricity in the brain that says you saw a ghost or something, or you saw God, but you believe that the only reality is just what you can feel with your 5 senses. And if that's the case, if that's your true belief, I'm not sure why you'd be interested in a video like this. You have to accept or try on the idea that you are a spiritual being and that you exist in some form after your body dies. And lots of science is actually coming out there about this now, about how your consciousness is not actually, it doesn't exist in the brain. It exists outside of the brain somewhere else. I saw a video of a...
I was going to fact check that, but I don't even fucking care. So if they say science has coming to terms with this, I haven't seen that. Because there's a lot of ego in science. Scientists think they can just research shit. Scientists, if you're out there, If you want to know something, go ask a shaman. They'll fucking tell you straight up. They'll just tell you straight up. You don't have to spend billions of dollars in research. Elon Musk asked a question the other day about the universe, and I told him to go ask a shaman. People don't ever take me up on that though. They want to spend those billions and trillions. They just don't want to ask a shaman stuff. It's wild.
A neuroscientist who was using some sort of example about how patients with a split brain their brain hemispheres had no possible way to communicate with one another, and he found through his research that the mind, the consciousness, doesn't actually exist in the brain because of some experiments that he had run with his patients. But you also look at like near-death experiences. And
okay, so let's talk about this. I want to hear about near-death experiences. Has anyone out there had a near-death experience? I have. The day before I had my near-death experience, I was a bitter atheist alcoholic. I thought all this shit was bullshit. Even the stuff that I'm talking about today, I thought it was all bullshit. The near-death experience happened. I'm a completely different person the next day. That's what a near-death experience will do for you. Yep, because you seen something that you shouldn't have seen.
One thing I found very interesting, I took ChatGPT and asked it to look at all the
Sorry, I couldn't hold that cough in. I have a tickle in my throat, and I don't know if I want to stop the video and go get a drink, but I'm going to try to make it through because I'm creating my own suffering.
Near-death experiences and kind of summarize what is it that they're saying. And if you watch enough of them, they start to kind of tell a similar story, and they're all saying, hey, there's a reality beyond this one, and it's more real than the physical reality that we all live in.
Yeah. And that you should be prepared for that other reality, because eventually you do meet it.
They also all say, like, it's a privilege to be here, that you're here for a purpose. It's really important that you do it, and it's way better over there. But
so he went to ChatGPT instead of there is no experience with this shit, and that's why it doesn't feel real. That's why it feels fake. And there's no weight to the stuff that they say. Notice they haven't gotten to the personal experience part yet. But most of it is I looked this up, or I heard this thing. I asked ChatGPT something. Look, bitch, I don't ask ChatGPT shit. I tell ChatGPT what to do. I don't know. I don't know if when you ask ChatGPT something like I use Google AI because it sums up. Well, I'm back to unmasking again. I'm back to, I accidentally clicked on masking, but I like asking Google because it summarizes things for you. I guess you're doing that too, Jeff, but I wouldn't ask ChatGPT something. ChatGPT is something different. Maybe it's not. Maybe I'm being hypocritical. I am being hypocritical, but I don't care.
It's really important that you do the work that you're doing here, and that it has an opportunity to transform you. And also, like, you should be a loving and kind person. It's really important that you do that. But beside all that, if we understand that we live in a spiritual reality and that we are spiritual beings first, then this takes us into a realm where twin flames are a possibility, a thing. And the idea of twin flames is that God created you with a divine complement, a perfect person, someone who was designed for you specifically to navigate eternity together as your perfect partner, your best friend, your ultimate lover, your highest teacher, and highest student. So it's your person, right? We all kind of have that feeling in our hearts. And this is how we came to it at the beginning. It started with desire, what's in our hearts. And we know.
Okay, this is boring. This is just fucking boring. And I don't know how to make it exciting. It's boring because it's not interesting. It's not compelling. The delivery is not even good. And it's not anything that you couldn't learn You could overhear this shit in Sedona, Arizona. You don't even have to be looking for this kind of shit. You could just be, I don't know, taking a shit in a Chili's in Sedona, Arizona. And you just overhear some bitches talking, putting on makeup or checking their hair in the mirror. Like, it's not even that, it's not even, that is the dumb thing about it. That's the offensive thing about it, because it's not even interesting. I mean, you could probably just have a dream and wake up with the same revelations. That's what's so fucking rotten about this shit, because are there people who've never entertained this shit before? It's just boring. And I'm 11 minutes into it, so I'm gonna have to find a way to make this a little bit more exciting for y'all. Maybe I'll take my clothes off. No, I'm just kidding.
That true desire is actually of God. And if you pull apart the word desire of,
God.
Of the king, of the sire, desire, like of God, that true desire is divine. It comes from your creator. And it's a dream that God places in your heart for you to realize.
I feel like I'm being brainwashed. That's the feeling that I get. Like it's cookie. It's like, we're going to talk about some cookie cutter, near and far Sesame Street shit. Then we're going to talk about this shit. I feel like I'm being brainwashed as he is speaking. That's the sensation that I get. It's like the brainwashing, her going, like they're feeding off of each other and literally feeding each other. And because there's two of them, it sounds like it makes sense. Like they're the evidence that this stuff works. They're married. They're in a relationship. Their shit worked for them. I can see why people would want to get involved with this. I mean, I think Jeff is cute. I think Jeff is really cute. I really do. He was cuter when he had short hair. I think he would enjoy being with a man. I think he would. I think he might be really fucking repressed. But at the same time, just because they found each other and this thing works for them, supposedly, doesn't necessarily mean it's going to work for other people. And that's where there's nobody in their circle to say, this is crazy.
They're like, they're stories that you get to play out for your enlightenment, for your development of your soul, for you to be and grow closer to God. So I know a lot of these concepts, if you're not familiar with our work and teaching, might seem a bit disjointed as of yet, but don't worry, we're going to pull them all together into a more cohesive picture so that you can understand what we feel twin flame theory is. And we would love for you to engage in and delve into the exploration of this with us, because we would love nothing more than to see a broader, clearer, richer roadmap of reality. Because if you have the map of reality, then you can act on it with greater efficiency and effectiveness and create more joy in your life.
What's this map of reality? Let's see if they have any any questions. Look, these spirits are trying to take my voice away. They've been at my voice for a week. They have been at my voice for a week. I know, actually, the weather changed. I live in Kentucky, Edgar Casey country. So brilliant. Where in the Bible is this concept talked about? That phrase, the Bible does not explicitly mention the term twin flames. The phrase is a modern spiritual concept and is not found in any traditional biblical text. However, some people draw symbolic parallels between the twin flame idea and certain biblical themes. For example, Adam and Eve. It's fucking basic. It's the most basic shit. Merrick and I have agonized over all of our spiritual teachings. Like, they were not fucking easy to come to, and maybe theirs weren't either. But after you guys have been doing this for almost half a decade now. Is it not deeper than this? Is it not just deeper than Adam and Eve? And something you overheard in Sedona, walking by a crystal shop.
And if you don't have an accurate map of reality, it can feel like you're going through life kind of blind. So, and that's no fun. It is fun to discover things, but I don't like being blind. I like to see. So it starts with for us, it started with a desire in our hearts of like, hey, like, I feel kind of lonely. Like I would like someone to share my life with in like a very deep and intimate way. And I think that a lot of people have that experience. So when I was in my early 20s, the internet was like just becoming a thing. But I was pretty like tech forward for my time. And so I learned to use the internet to search for my mate. I was looking for my wife, my perfect partner is what I called it at the time.
Well, you're 37 now, 37, 38. So when you were 20 years old, like it used to be considered poor form to look for your mate on the internet. Like it used to be poor, like it was embarrassing. Like if this was like in 1998, 1999, up until Grindr came out, even a little bit past Grindr, it was considered like if you met somebody online, it was considered that you were cheating. It was considered like, oh, like you didn't want to tell people that you met online. It was considered a bad thing because it's much better to meet somebody in the course of your normal day. Because if you meet somebody online, you might meet a sex addict, a drug addict. I mean, all of those apps are just ate up with sex addicts and drug addicts. So if you're looking for somebody to marry online, that's desperate people. These are people who have not conquered their loneliness. And when you have conquered your loneliness, you don't need anybody else. But the side effect of conquering that loneliness is that the right people show up. So already Jeff is coming at this from a flawed, needy place, like looking for somebody. Wanting to, I mean, everybody wants a wife or a husband or a partner. I mean, I think they do. Some people don't. But at some point, if you're searching for that person, it's just let them show up.
Right. I was looking for my person. And I learned very quickly that you could use Facebook and you could talk to a lot and vet a lot of potential romantic partners very quickly. And I learned how to tap into different networks to just get a really rich survey of the field, the dating field at the time. And there was like dating apps and stuff, but those were for people, I don't know, who were older than me. It wasn't really my thing.
That was me. I didn't think of using Facebook as
I used the
dating thing. I was like on.
Oh my God. I had a best friend and he used Facebook my best friend when I was in my 30s, Clinton, he's gone. He died. Most of my friends are dead due to addictions and deaths of despair and stuff like that. But he told me he was dating people via Facebook, and he said you get to know more about them. You get to research them before. And I was like, that's gross. That's gross. Like using Facebook as a dating app. That's gross. I think.
On a dating website. I can't remember what it's called.
Plenty of Fish.
So,
I tried that, but it wasn't. There wasn't great prospects there.
No,
I found the best prospects were, for me, the ones that weren't out there looking for a partner. They were just living their lives, and I would reach out to eligible young ladies who I found to be attractive and interesting, and I quickly. So, after that is when when Tinder came out. And I think that, by that point I'd already met Sheleia. But my point is that we'd evolved from societally from a place of like marriage is something that your parents like get you into for you, and like it's more of like it can be like a tool for family alliances and for social development and social security and for social status and wealth and all kinds of things that it's been used for throughout history.
I can't get past it. Like, did any of you ever consider Facebook a dating app? I mean, I think that's great. Facebook was for people you already know, like your friends and your family, and making like, I'm a little like, he would look up girls that he thought were attractive and potential partners and then hit them up. Like, do girls like being stalked in that way? That sounds a little stalkery. That sounds a lot stalkery. And yeah, I am judging you. Like, that's kind of gross, dude.
Arranged, etc. And then within the last 100 years or so, it started to become this idea that you could marry for love.
At least in the West, yeah.
And if you read the book, the Owning Your Own Shadow, I used to have that book like handy here. I don't know. I think we used it for something, but yeah, romantic love used to be kept out of the hands of the ordinary person. Romantic love used to be kept away from people because of shit like this. Most people are not mature enough to handle romantic love. You have to be a grown-up to realize that love, that 1,000-volt love, is not even fucking real. It's not even real. And you guys are weaponizing and monetizing that romantic love. I mean, it is really fucking sick if you get right down to it. But in A Course in Miracles and through just doing just normal every day, just the lightest look into shadow work would reveal that to you, that romantic love was kept from ordinary people because it is something to not fuck with. And yeah, it's kind of a new development in our society. And yes, it has been disastrous. Romantic love used to be reserved for the priest class, the elites. Romantic love was known about, but it was you have to be really mature to handle that romantic love, because you have to know that is an illusion. It will fade. You will be less enamored with your beloved over time, and you have to take that and turn it into just an ordinary love, a partnership. And it would be cool if you guys would take what you're doing now and help people transform that megawatt love. But you assign people to be with each other. That's the crazy fucked up shit about all of this, that you assign partners. It's like Christian mingle without the mingle. It is, I've made that joke before, I know, but it is, that's what it is. You just assign people. Like if you get involved in twin flames, you're going to be assigned your twin flame. It's an arranged fucking marriage, essentially. And look at this motherfucker talking about this shit. Like, it's like we used to have arranged marriages. Well, what the fuck are you doing, Jeff? You and Sheleia, you are arranging this shit for people. You're arranging this shit for people. It's kind of fucking disgusting. So let's go over to some of their twin flame unions. And let's just look at this. And here I was like, what is HTFU? What is HTFU? What does that mean? Hold the fuck up? Like, hold the fuck up. And it actually stands for Harmonious Twin Flame Union. What the fuck? Like, if I were to come up with an acronym, I would try to come up with, how could this be made fun of? I mean, you could tell that I've been abused and traumatized in my life, because I'm like, okay, if I come up with an acronym, is it going to be able to be made fun of? So Harmonious twin flame union is also hold the fuck up. What's going on? It's gotta be satire, right? And let's look at Isaiah and Sage, because this is an interesting couple right here. Isaiah and Sage met online in the Twin Flames Universe open forum. They both came out as transgender over the course of their journeys, and that has been a big part of their healing and their life purpose. Both healed their childhood traumas with the mind alignment process, MAP. You know what MAP is? Minor attracted person. That's a fancy name for pedophile. What the fuck? And shortly after they recognized each other as twin flames and came into harmonious union, they are now in union and are learning lessons of forgiveness, foundation, and unconditional love. Isaiah and Sage are certified ascension coaches and own TFU's everything package. Well, that $8,888. Jesus wept. And hold the fuck up. Dylan and Hannah, hold the fuck up. Dylan and Hannah grew up in the same small town in Michigan. 2 years apart, they crossed paths many times throughout their upbringing, both feeling a strong pull to one another, but never truly connected. Dylan went off to Michigan State once he graduated high school, where Hannah joined him 2 years later. They ran into one another a few times, but again, they passed by each other. After graduating from college, they both went on their own spiritual healing journeys and discovered more of who they truly were through extensive healing work, meditation, and self-exploration. Hannah's journey led her to find the teachings of union in May. During this time, Dylan was guided to travel solo throughout the U.S. and had been practicing Reiki for years. Both were devoted to their relationship with God and discovering his purpose for their lives. When Hannah found the teaching, she began working with a twin flame ascension coach, studying twin flame ascension school and life purpose class, and practicing the mirror exercise every day. Her dedication to God and the teachings allowed her to swiftly manifest Dylan back into her life for good. I wonder how Dylan feels about that. That sounds manipulative. Sounds like Hannah never gave up. They now live together in their hometown and actively share the teachings of union on their TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube. They are soon to be certified ascension coaches and are committed to... This is a fucking cult. This is just a cult. It's
like a new idea, and then you have the women's rights movement, where women start to be allowed to have more power and freedom in society, and this is all developing the world of dating. It's changing the field of dating. Suddenly women are having more power in life. They don't actually need a man anymore to survive. They can go get their own jobs.
They might actually be autistic. They might.
Make their own money, live their own life, have their own social status, completely independent of a man and not absolutely depend on a man for their survival and social status. And so that changed the playing field tremendously. By the time that I got into dating, it was, I have to respect a woman as my equal. And honestly, that's what I was looking for anyway. I thought that was a
what a convenience
partnership to enter into than whatever it was in the past, as far as archetypes go. So dating has really been evolving like very rapidly over the last 150, 25, and now last 5 to 10 years, even more so, with the internet and now AI taking root in our culture. It's one of the things I've said before.
How do you complicate dating and romance? How do you complicate that? Like that, you got to be really fucking damaged and traumatized to complicate this shit. Like, finding somebody to fuck is easy. Like, finding somebody to date is easy. You just ask somebody out on a date. You don't have to research them. Like, this takes all the romance and the fun out of finding a partner and turning it into a tedious, boring exercise. You know what's fun? Asking somebody out on a date. or getting rejected, getting drunk and having weird sex with somebody. Like it's boring and it's stupid and it's dumb.
Or is like once you learn that you can swipe and find a partner quickly, like once you learn that you have the power of the internet to like search through a much broader dating pool than what it used to be of like, this is my network and my extended network and, you know, this is really all I'm going to get, to I have a huge pool of eligible partners to sort through. And
oh my fucking
if I could have any one of them
God.
I wanted, what more could I have beyond that? Like, for me, it was a matter of mathematics, right? And that's how I entered into this twin flame concept. Is, okay, if the dating pool is this size, this is the best of the dating pool I can get. If the dating pool is much bigger, this is the best of the dating pool I could get. But what happens after that? Like, even if you could have an AI match you perfectly with a person on Earth, what if you could go beyond that and use spiritual tools to get the most perfect person in all of creation for you?
And it was Sheleia? Out of all the women in the world, Jeff, it was Sheleia?
That's a big leap from the AI picks out the perfect human to God picks the perfect partner. Like, do you see the leap that what we're having here? From like, okay, my local dating pool, which is what it's basically been for all of history, to now I have the internet and I can scan the whole of, you know, my Western network and the internet to find eligible partners. That's a huge leap. And then you have AI can take it much further and do it for you. But now you're taking a leap from there onto all of creation and all of eternity. That's where Twin Flame sits. It's beyond the AI revolution. It sits in the...
Oh, God. Oh, God. This is fucking hubris. This is fucking hubris. Like, come on, man. I mean, the narcissistic as fuck. Like, it's crazy. How did it get this far? That's the thing that's been blowing my mind with, especially with Twin Flames universe. Like, how did it get this far? Like, it's fucking wild, isn't it?
The final resting place of the soul. It sits in heaven. And that's the leap that we invite you to take and look at if you are interested in the concept of twin flames. Because if you are truly an eternal being, someone who lives beyond physical life, would you not want with you at all times your eternal partner for which God created you? And we'll talk about God in a little bit. You don't have to take anything I say as truth. Try all these ideas on, but let's take the time.
This feels like I'm being brainwashed. It feels like but you don't have to take it on as truth. But here's what it is, and it's sad. It's what a gooner would come up with. A gooner is somebody who masturbates a lot. This is a masturbator's way of looking at the world. This is an ejaculator's way of looking at the world, treating people as if they are items on a menu, and I want to be able to pick from a wide variety of people. I don't want to waste time getting to know people. Get out of here with that fucking shit. Why would I want to waste time getting to know people? Let me take all that fun away from you. Let God match you with your perfect partner. Like you could do something as boring as going on Tinder. You could, why go to a singles night? Why go to speed dating? Why do any of that fun shit? Let's just go straight. Let's go beyond this shit. Let's go straight to God, motherfuckers.
To look through the whole playing field that we have so far, and then we can kind of discuss it together. So, desire, right? when I realized that, okay, this Facebook internet dating pool, which was vastly expanded from my local dating pool as I got more savvy with the internet and as it grew.
Because local girls were not cool. Because, you know, like finding a compatible person, you know, I mean, I can talk about my experience. Like, as Merrick and I became friends, we were like, we have so much in common. It was fun to discover just how much we had in common. We were also sober. We had also, the ego had broken in both of us, but it was fun to discover just how much we had in common. The same sense of humor, essentially. And over the 7 years that we've been married, we still are like, I can't believe how compatible we are. I just can't believe it. I cannot fucking believe how compatible we are. I can't believe we're such a perfect match. Like, God did such a great job at matching us up. We had nothing to do with it. We were not even looking for each other at the time. And in fact, both of us had decided to be single for the rest of our lives. That's why it took us so by surprise. This takes all the fun out of it. That just takes all the fun out of dating. Leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
It wasn't enough. It wasn't like complete. Like, what more could I get? And I learned about manifestation. And I really just had this desire in my heart for a person. And I thought that, you know, we tried this idea. We both explored this idea to some respects about polyamory.
Oh, yeah.
Like, what? Okay, what if?
Why? Whoa. Here we go. You, Jeff, call Aubrey. There might be an opening in the constellation. But I find it hard to believe that out of all the women in the world, all the women that were out there in the world, you looked at Sheleia, and I'm not even talking about her looks. I'm talking about her brattiness, her smugness, her beady eyes. Like, you were like, this is the one. This is the one. I don't buy that. I don't buy it.
If I'd have multiple people to fulfill this thing, and I was not very attractive to women in terms of my financial station. I was a poor hippie living in a jungle cabin, so I couldn't even attract one woman.
Oh, honey, women love that shit. Women love that shit. This is why I think you would be better with men. Men would eat you up. A man would take such good care of you. Man. But I'm just saying.
That I was happy with, let alone attract multiple women, but I still...
Jeff, you could be with a man because you're obviously the divine feminine in the relationship. So you could find a divine masculine like that. Who is the woman in y'all's relationship? Who is the divine feminine and the divine masculine? I think Sheleia is the divine masculine and you're the divine feminine. That's what God told me.
Still had this desire in my heart.
Yeah.
And I manifested, as a consequence, my twin flame.
Me. I was also living in a similar situation as you.
Yeah. And we were both exploring spiritual truth in ourselves and trying to find our place in
We were
life.
like in the exact same place in our life when we met.
And we had discovered all the exact same things about society and life and had positioned and aligned ourselves the exact same way.
We came to the same conclusion and we're living in that way, which was trying to mostly live outside of society. Yeah.
There was just a lot that we had both discovered.
Yeah.
But okay, so I'm going to talk about this living outside of society. Like I've made a video called "Signs of a Real Shaman" and assimilating into the culture. Like here's the fantasy of a spiritual ego is that, you know, society doesn't understand us. Society doesn't get us. Society needs to change. Society is so bad, and it is. But we still have to live in that society. We we assimilate into the culture. You know, when that ego breaks, we recognize that everything is perfect the way that it is. Like the world is the way that it is. We don't try to change anything. We also don't create more suffering for ourselves or for others by going against a whole lot of shit or resisting a whole lot of shit. And I'm sure that when you guys met, it was wonderful. I'm sure it is. But, you know, as we saw earlier in this episode, they actually don't like each other all that much. And in fact, might hate each other. And we know this because of the way they talk to each other, the way their body language is. They're stuck with each other. And that's the fucking rotten truth about all this twin flame shit. If they're your divine partner, if they're assigned to you by God, you are stuck with this person. And to reject it means you're going against God. And who wants to be stuck with people?
It was unique, and for both of us, it was just like matter of fact. Like, okay, this is the thing. Like, this is the obvious thing.
Yeah.
And no one really seemed to get it for me the way that you got it.
We clicked there. Yeah. We clicked.
And that's not like, okay, just because we clicked. Like, these are twin flame signs. Yeah. It's not necessarily an indicator of certainty that this is your twin flame.
No.
That's something that we believe can only be uncovered truly through a spiritual journey that you take to find the deeper truth in your heart.
Word salad.
Accept that and continue to cultivate awareness of that. And we can get into that in a bit as well.
Of course, yeah.
This is our life's work, at least in part, right? Twin flame theory.
Yeah.
And we've done a lot of thinking and spent a lot of time talking about it and working with twin flame couples and working with individuals to help them manifest their twin flame and harmonious twin flame union. And then beyond that, to stabilize that and cultivate and develop that into a beautiful life. So we have a whole lot to say. I'm talking pretty fast because I have a lot to say and, not that much time. But I did bring my weird cat mug.
It's kind of fun. It's quirky.
I think it's hilarious. It's the funniest thing.
I know. I like it a lot.
It's the crazy cat lady mug.
Yeah. That's my new thing now, buying fun mugs artisan made mugs.
What?
Oh, God. This is so fucking basic. It's basic, bitch. Oh my God, it's basic. Yeah, that's my thing now. Buying mug. Oh God, it's just basic. There's no innovation. There's no, this is, and look at these freeze frames. Oh my gosh. But you know what? I'm ready for an outside opinion. I want to hear some outside opinions on this. I mean, I've seen enough to know that Jeff and Sheleia's life work is based on a myth. The twin flames thing is easily debunked. It's not spiritually true. It's not grounded in reality at all. And you don't have to take my word for it. I'd like to alert you to this channel called Tarot Logic. And this guy does really good assessments of tarot cards. Now, I don't use tarot cards all that much. I do oracle decks. I love making my own oracle decks. And let me just refer you to this guy right here. He does a really good job of describing twin flames, the myth that glamorizes trauma bonds.
Maybe he's my twin flame. Maybe we're in separation stage. Maybe the chaos means it's meant to be. No. You're caught in a trauma bond. Today, we're exposing the myth of the twin flame. Why it glamorizes pain, how it traps your nervous system, and how tarot accidentally reinforces the cycle. Hi, I'm Paul, and this is Tarot Logic. an analytical approach to intuitive reading. At first, it sounds beautiful, one soul split in two, destined to reunite. Every obstacle is part of the journey, every rejection, a spiritual lesson. Every toxic cycle, proof you're doing the work. But in practice, the twin flame narrative often becomes a spiritual excuse for staying attached to someone who's triggering every wound you carry. In other words, you're not destined to be together. You're chemically addicted to the hope that the pain means something.
And see, that's the most fucked up shit about this. You know, when we talk about creating suffering in your life and creating suffering in the lives of others, that's what we're talking about here. It's crazy. It's insane. Why would anyone in their right mind get involved in this shit? Why would anybody get involved in this shit? And you know, if you're a sane person, I mean, let's just say that Jeff realizes that he's gonna realize this eventually. He's gonna go, you know what? I don't have to put up with this shit. But they've made so much money, and they've got all these acolytes and students who've bought into this shit, and there isn't a voice of reason around them at all. And in fact, the voices of reason that are trying to get through to them, we just can't. We just can't. It's an impenetrable thing. That's why spiritual ego is the most malevolent form of ego. If that spiritual ego gets to the point that it has with Jeff and Sheleia, it will fucking eviscerate you. Because see, do you know why the spiritual ego is so strong? Because, you know, when you let go of that initial ego, and you do have these experiences, well, the spiritual ego clamps down hard because the ego itself can't be exposed. And so it'll take all of these spiritual concepts and it'll use them to inflict pain and suffering, because the ego wants you dead. The ego wants you to die. The ego wants you killed. And so you've already woken up to anyone with a spiritual ego has already woken up to the ego, and the spiritual ego has taken over. The ego has got these people by the fucking balls. Jeff, it's got you by the pussy, and Sheleia, it's got you by the balls. Wake the fuck up. Please wake the fuck up.
What a trauma bond really is. A trauma bond isn't mystical, it's neurological. Here's what happens. You experience emotional highs and lows with the person. The unpredictability creates stress. The stress triggers dopamine and adrenaline. Your brain starts associating pain with connection. You become addicted, not to the person, but to the cycle itself.
Now, didn't Jeff already mention something about something being addictive? That your experiences with your twin flame become addictive? This is what's going on. God, are y'all just addicts? Is everybody just addicted to something? Yes.
That's called intermittent reinforcement. It's the same psychology behind slot machines. And how does tarot reinforce the myth? When readers pull the Lovers, the Devil, the Two of Cups, or even the Star, they often declare, "This is your twin flame." But those cards aren't showing you a cosmic soulmate. They're describing an energy pattern. The Lovers is a choice point. The Devil is attachment to the addiction. The Two of Cups is attraction, not stability. And yet, the myth tells you every intense feeling equals destined love. Your nervous system knows it's chaos, but your spiritual brain calls it fate. 3 questions to break the spell. When you think it's a twin flame, ask yourself, does this relationship cycle through highs and lows without resolution? Do I find myself excusing red flags because of spiritual reasons? Do I feel more anxious than peaceful when I'm with or thinking about this person? If the answer is yes, to any of these. You're not in a divine connection. You're stuck in an activated nervous system loop.
And I'm going to leave that video there. Please go check out this guy's channel, Tarot Logic. I've learned a lot from him. I've also learned how oracle cards work. Like, oracle cards just work. I mean, especially like, and there's a way that they work. And creating an oracle deck is, I think, it's a sublime experience. Because if you create an oracle deck, you also have to make sure that all of the teachings work together and complement each other. I love it. It's such a fun exercise. So we have those 3 questions, and we're going to listen to twin flame theory now, and we're going to find out for sure if this is a myth. Are they just trauma bonded, or is something spiritual and divine going on?
We gotta have them.
Well, obviously something divine is going on because they changed their last names to divine.
We've got our podcast. We gotta bring T on.
Yeah, all my other artisan mugs need to be washed right now, so but next time I'll bring.
She's a terrible housekeeper too, by the way. I heard that in another podcast. She's kind of a slob.
My butterfly mug. I love it so much. It's my new one.
So it starts with a desire in your heart, and this is where we start. And you can check in your own heart. Do you have in your heart a desire for a perfect person, for what we're describing a twin flame is? And you can use whatever language you want to describe for yourself what it is that we're talking about. Mm-hmm. We call it a twin flame. It's more than just a biological urge for a desire. Mate.
Well, I would say that before I got sober, or before, I used to think that I wanted somebody, but I wanted somebody for the wrong reasons. I can't even really remember why I wanted somebody. I guess just because I was lonely, because I was horny, because I wanted to be in a partnership just to prove to the world that I was worth loving. Just being honest here, man. But I mean, I had to go through a lot of pain, and then when I stopped looking, I didn't want to be with anybody anymore. I was like, you know what? I'm a fucking mess. I'm not going to inflict myself on other people right now. And within moments of declaring that, then Merrick and I really got close. That's crazy, isn't it?
It can't exist unless you have a twin flame. Otherwise, you can't desire something that doesn't exist. It wouldn't live there.
Well, that would point to a cruel God who plants desires in your heart, dreams in your heart, so that you would fail. Mm-hmm. And let's talk about the existence of God for a moment. So there are some simple proofs for God. My favorite one is every cause has an effect, or rather, every effect has a prior cause. So, right, like if you look at Earth, which is an effect that has a previous cause, and you can bring it back to the Big Bang. Okay, but let's say that the singular, pea-sized start of this entire universe, as far as we understand it.
I mean, if I ever start feeling dumb, like, because when you realize that you know very little, like I don't think Jeff and Sheleia have been humbled. Like, I don't know shit. I know that I know nothing. Like, I know this. I know I'm a dumb idiot. Like, I don't know shit. I don't know shit about shit. I'm very suspicious if I start to feel like I know something. That's why making these episodes is a little weird for me. But if I ever feel stupid, I'll just watch something like this. It's kind of offensive because this is like Sunday school. Like, I've heard similar stuff in Vacation Bible School when I was a little kid.
That had to have some previous cause. Like, that P that became the universe is an effect of a prior cause, right? Okay, and maybe there was infinite universes for an infinite period of time, but for every effect there must be a cause, but there must be some causeless cause that starts before
Oh my God. This is like the isness of what is a causeless cause.
everything. And that is God. God has always existed, always will exist, exists now, is the creator and originator of everything. And this is a question I wrestled with for myself as a boy who grew up in, a theological environment of private Catholic school, and really took these questions.
I went to private Catholic school. I had a lot of questions. The priest at my school eventually told me to stop asking questions because I saw through the bullshit at a young age. So maybe, Jeff, you and I have that in common. I went to private Catholic school.
Very seriously, and something that baffled me is, how does existence exist? How is it that there is isness, right? How is it that I'm aware right now,
What
right?
the fuck?
And the only answer I could ever come to, and it turns out that this is what great philosophers have also wrestled with and come to the same conclusion, it's that there has to be God, right? And so there's one simple proof that you can use to kind of anchor your mind and say, okay, at least there's a possibility that there is a God, that there is an original creator, and let's just start with that. Now, the next thing I would do is ask other people who claim to have a relationship with God, or ask other people who know God really well, and listen to what they have to say when they talk about God. And Jesus Christ is someone that I would definitely look, and I have something I would look at when he talks about God. And
well, this guy thinks he's Jesus, and he said he's Jesus. And I hear, like, in my experience, I thought I was Jesus for a few hours. Like, I think it's when you wake up to the when you have your awakening, I guess. I was like, oh my God, I'm Jesus. Oh my God. And but that only lasted a couple hours. I've met people who claim they're Jesus, and they're stuck in it's kind of an aborted awakening. It's like, come on, you could do it. I think everybody who goes through this thinks that they're Jesus, but that's why he grew his hair out and he grew this beard, because, and I was going to do the same. I was going to make a big joke about it. I was going to grow my hair out and grow a beard, just to say I'm Jesus. But it turns out it's just really fucking sad, and it's not funny at all.
As you have these tools like AI and the internet, and you can do research and listen to other people who have devoted their lives to a relationship with God, and hear what they have to say, right? Go watch near-death experiences and see what people who say that they have met God say when they come back and tell you about God. This is what God is. God is perfect. God is divine. God is unconditional.
Well, for me, meeting God was like a lot like meeting Cthulhu. I mean, you can't even fathom it. You can't even fathom it. You can interact with the Holy Spirit, but God comes through the Holy Spirit. But yeah, I mean, it's really hard to describe. I don't even know if I could describe it. I really can't. I can't. I couldn't even describe it. But my experience, it was a lot like everything and nothing all at the same time. Like you would meet Cthulhu.
Conditionally loving. God is perfectly peaceful. God is free of any guilt or shame. God created you. And God created you perfect because God is perfect, and therefore God must create perfectly, right? So there are certain things that our human logic, there are some limitations when it comes to our human logic. And we're using human logic to try to piece together spiritual reality to the best of our ability so that we can, as humans, accept this at least as a possibility. And so that's all I did starting out, was accept God, accept spiritual reality at least as a possibility, accept the laws of manifestation as a possibility, right?
I mean, I want to skip ahead, but at the same time, I want to hear from them. But this is basic and it's boring. It's not exciting or fun for me at all. It's just not. It's not.
And if they're really real, then
It's not even bad. It's not even interesting. I mean, it's maybe they'll say something crazy here, but this seems like something I could hear from an esthetician while she's getting blackheads out of my nose.
then they would work like a mechanic, like a machine, like like a computer system would work, right? Like if you click your mouse on a button, the program is going to do what the button is programmed to do. If you click the start button on Windows, the start menu pulls up, right? Like it should work like a computer system. Like it should work with consistency, right? If it's similar to that, but there should be some sort of pattern that we can use and tap into to have a relationship with spiritual reality, with God. And what we have found is that God is absolutely real, and that you can have a relationship with God, a very personal one within yourself. And that if you take this all the way, you can base your life on that relationship with God, with your Most High Creator. And what we found is that God wants you to be happy. God wants you to live a life of joy and fulfillment, that God loves you unconditionally, that God created you perfectly, that God knows you perfectly, better than you'll ever know yourself. And so when you have a God who is omnipotent and omniscient and perfect and is infinitely powerful and is present and aware of all things simultaneously that have ever been and ever will be and are, it gets to be quite humbling. And so I know that I have limited awareness and I have limited perspective and I have limited experience. And so if I want to optimize my reality, optimize my chances of having the best life possible, I'm going to defer to the highest power, the highest wisdom, the highest good that I can. And for me, that's God. And so for every aspect of my life to God, I defer everything to God. I serve God, I lay down to God, I do whatever I believe that God is directing me to do to the best of my ability. And I actively cultivate a relationship with God as someone that I love and respect and trust and have faith in, and someone who wants for my highest good. And that didn't come just because I simply decided one day. It came because I decided to develop over time a relationship with God. And I'm spending like time talking about God in a twin flame video, but God really is the foundation for twin flames. And
Well, because he created twin flames, so that's why he's the foundation of it. And I think this
Okay,
is where
I skipped over all of that because I psychically knew it was just going to be stuff that not that profound.
most people tend to struggle because they want their twin flame, but they don't want a relationship with God who created said twin flame. and
So I think what he's setting up is his knowledge of God and how much he knows God. And so when he assigns people twin flames, that it's God given, like I know what God wants because I know exactly what God is and what God's wants. It is very, and I skipped over that part because I didn't want to get brainwashed.
union, you're including yourself, obviously. And I think a large part of that is due to the forgetting of separation, of incarnation here. We were talking recently, and I really like this perspective that one of the reasons why this experiment of Earth exists is so that you could potentially and eventually understand just how divine you really are. Because when you're on the other side as an eternal being, and even perhaps in your completely perfected state, you may still lack an awareness of just how divine you are because there's no contrast. And so when you incarnate on Earth and you undertake that spiritual journey of rediscovering and uncovering and self-realizing that you are in fact a divine being, then you probably, and you do, feel the weight of what that really is and what that really means of like, oh, I am divine. I really am divine. I really am a part of God, and God is in me and I am in God. And it's words it's so silly to put words to it because it's something that you can only experience in reality, but sometimes the words can point to that. But yeah, that's something I've definitely been meditating on recently, is the fact that this contrast of Earth exists so that I can realize just how fully divine I really am, and that weight and experience of divinity. So that's really thrilling because it takes...
Well, she's not wrong, but I don't feel like she's actually experienced that, because if she had experienced that, they would not be doing any of this stuff at all. Like they wouldn't be like it. Like, I know it sounds good. This is a lot of, you can learn a lot from these spiritual books. You can learn a lot, but like, I don't feel it. I don't feel like it's genuine. I think it's being misused. in some way, because it seems like they're laying the groundwork for something, and we're halfway through it. That's good news. We're halfway through it. So let's continue.
The concept of twin flames to a totally different level, a totally new level, when you realize that you both are divine beings created as one, walking on this planet as a spark of the divine, as a spark of God. And that impact of consciousness on the planet is significant, and subsequently across all of creation.
So twin flames are not just God is not just the foundation of twin flames. It's also God is also the purpose of twin flames. So you have the desire in your heart for your perfect divine complement, for your ultimate lover, for your perfect person, for the other part of your soul, and that is not merely a biological desire. Like we all have a biological drive, as far as I'm aware, toward sex and partnership, and like there's a human nature component to this,
and a social need too.
But when you go beyond that, if you really,
it's all that's kind of ego as well. I mean, it is.
That to the maximum, you come to spiritual reality. And that's what I did. And that's what I found through my spiritual seeking, was that my heart, my soul, is not going to be satisfied here. And I understood that this was the most important decision I could make in my human life, is who am I going to spend it with. And with divorce rates so high, and with having a firm spiritual belief that marriage is for a whole life, I wanted to make sure that this decision I made was the best decision I could possibly make for myself. And if I didn't at least try, I knew that I was going to be dissatisfied, and I could set myself up for a miserable life, and I didn't want to do that.
But Sheleia, though, like, what was it about her that, was it the tantrums? Was it the hidden autism? The ADHD? They're not talking about any of this in this podcast. And it is true that you do want to choose the right partner for you. And that, because, men are discovering and women are discovering that the gender wars haven't really worked out for anybody. So as masculinity is being restored, femininity is also being restored. But at the same time, I don't, here we are again. I'm trying to make sense of nonsensical shit. I'm doing it to myself again. I said I wasn't going to do this time. I don't know.
So I worked very hard to find an answer for this one. I had lots of heartbreak beforehand and lots of exploring, and it never really landed for me. I got pretty savvy about finding, okay, this relationship is definitely not going to work out in my favor. And if it doesn't work out in my favor, I'm not going to make, my partner happy. And that's not a solution for a happy life. That's not a solution to build a happy family. But I kind of stumbled upon my twin flame through a relationship with God, through listening to God and following God and serving God and letting God lead my path.
Same here. Yeah.
And that was really a feeling of following my highest joy. This is what, who's the...
But this is just normal ass shit. It's normal ass shit. It's just normal ass shit. And this is why doing, like, I did the deep dive on Aubrey Marcus. I thought I was crazy for watching that whole podcast, but at the same time, I'm kind of like, I'm appreciating this because it is having a profound effect on me, because a lot of bullshit in myself is leaving. Like, it is leaving. Like, did I celebrate normal shit and think it was unique? Like, it's really bringing up a whole lot of, my past experiences. I think stuff like this, watching these things, is helping me become a better shaman and really getting to the real and hearing bullshit come out of other people's mouths, like giving weight to just normal things, like meeting somebody and falling in love yeah, it feels magical, it feels divine, but at the same time, it wasn't real. It was a projection of ideal characteristics onto Merrick. Merrick did the same with me. You're the most and when you project onto the other person, it is an illusion. So everything that they're talking about is based on this shadow projection and illusion, and it's not even real. And not only but they have come up with a whole way to make that illusion real. And I know it might sound sad that you actually don't fall in love with people. I know it sounds harsh. I know it sounds cold, but it's not meant to, because the holy union that you have with the people that you love, it is so much better than the fake illusion of falling in love. It's so much more powerful and so much more beautiful when you come down to earth. It's like and it's more sustainable. There's no drama, there's no arguments, there's no tantrums, there's no hair pulling out, there's none of that stuff. It's just, you're just with your husband, you're just with your wife. It's not that big of a deal. But I love watching this stuff because it does make me examine. That's why I like doing this. I may not like it at the time, but I do love being able to sort of gut check my beliefs and see how I am. The Aubrey Marcus podcast and this one, all it's doing is clarifying some things for me, and maybe it's doing the same for you. And I also believe that before you just dismiss people, you should at least hear them out. You should at least listen to them, even though it might be difficult to listen to them.
Guy
Joseph
Campbell says through all of his whole career of mythology was the human story can be distilled down to simply follow your bliss. And for me, I interpret that as follow God, because for me, God is bliss, and all bliss arises from God.
Yes.
And all good arises from God. So if I'm following my highest joy, my highest bliss, I'm going to be following my path, my spiritual path.
And that's a good setup, because God can, if you're not following your bliss, like, it's very twisted. It is twisted, but I mean, also these people are deep in ego consciousness, but outside of ego consciousness, when you're really present, you are in bliss. It's just a blissful experience. It's not like a feeling. It's like not even really a good feel. It feels good, but it's not like bliss. I'm just blissed out, man. I'm just blissed. I'm blissed out. But this seems like a setup of trusting God. But I just can't get it out of my head how he used Facebook to find somebody. And how did he meet Sheleia? How did they meet?
And if you understand what God is and what you are, that God is your creator, you are like his child. God isn't masculine. God's both masculine and feminine, right? I just use his, but you can use hers or whatever pronoun you want.
Just whatever you want. Just pick and choose whatever you want.
Or whatever word you want for God, universe, or creator, or Allah, or Buddha, or Krishna, whatever.
It's not very non-specific. Just whatever, man. Just whatever works for you. That's a little weird. That's a little weird. They're so controlling. But I also think it's a weaving, like a brainwash weave. Like, you can choose whatever you want, but I'm going to choose something for you later. Like, you could choose this, but I'm going to choose something later for you. It's like making it appear like it's just very loose and free, but there's actually going to be decisions made for you later on, and you're going to have to go along with them, and you're going to be stuck with somebody that they have assigned you to. So if you buy into all of this God stuff in the beginning, then we're going to be able to assign you a partner later on.
We're talking about the original supreme creator of the universe and the supreme creator of you, his highest creation. And as his highest creation, God loves you and nurtures you into ever higher joy, like a child. A parent, God is like a parent who really cares about you. So if you understand that the purpose of existence is to experience love and to give and receive love, right? Then you understand that that's God's function in your life as a friend, a God, a father, a creator, a transcendental lover. The purpose that God plays in my life is to have a relationship with him that I get closer to him. And that is what ascension is. And that is what the purpose of twin flames is to bring you closer to God. So if you follow this desire in your heart from, I'm lonely, I want sex, I want companionship, I want partnership, I want the social benefits of having a partner,
social benefits. She said earlier that all the trappings of her life, social benefits. I think, so see, this is how closeted gay men think about marriage. I'm just saying, like, I know some closeted men. They wanted the social benefits of being in a marriage with a woman. I'm just saying, could this whole thing be about closets? Could it be? Because it sounds like something a closeted guy would come up with. I'm just saying.
I want to optimize that and have the best sex, the best social benefits, the best, most optimal everything from the partner. You have to transcend physical reality onto spiritual reality. It leads you to your original blueprint. And that original blueprint comes from God. And what we found is that you were not created solely individual unto yourself, that you were created with a divine complement. Because if you look into the scope of reality of eternity, like, you're going to meet essentially infinite beings that God created.
Oh God.
But it might lead you to feel a sense of loneliness. Like, okay, like, I share it with God, but it's just me and God. Wouldn't I want to share it with another being? And that's where twin flames come in, is that God created with a complement, someone that you can explore eternity together eternally.
There's a movie coming out called Eternity, and it's got two handsome actors in it and Elizabeth Olsen.
That's fun. That's really fun for me. I find that the most thrilling, and that I actually feel closer to other people because I am very satiated in my relationship with my twin flame, because I know.
Very satiated in her relationship with her twin flame.
That even though, in eternity, like, people come and go.
Look, I was mirroring Sheleia. Did you see that? I was mirroring her. Did you catch that?
I always have my twin flame. And so it gives me this sense of trust and this sense of safety, this sense of structure and stability that while everything around me always changes, including us as individuals, the one thing remains the same, is that Jeff is always in my life, and that we travel eternity together, hand in hand, and having adventures. That's what I see it. It's really fun.
The thing about twin flames is, in order for that to be possible, right? Like, we didn't just take this theory at face value and say, oh, okay, like, my perfect person, haha, and then impose a frame on that which we cling to.
If you have to say, that's what you're doing.
We said, okay, this is how it's supposed to be. If you are my perfect person, let's use a little logic, because I'm going to change. And
let's use some logic. Oh, God. Let's use some logic. Let's go.
So are you.
Especially when kids get involved.
Yeah. Life happens.
Life happens. Yeah.
And if you're my twin flame, then you're going to change along with me. You're not gonna. Twin flames are not carbon copies. You're not gonna like I'm a boy and she's a girl, right? Like we're obviously not the same person, but our higher soul is the same. We come from one higher soul blueprint. And so as I shift and change, so too does Sheleia in a complementary way. And in a complementary way, not for my pleasure first, not for my immediate happiness first, not for my...
So, like, yeah, people change. People change. It's not that big of a deal. It's actually kind of fun because you know, I do so much inner work and my husband does so much inner work. It's like we get new people. I get a new husband every 3 months. It's very exciting, very fun. We become better people. But I could see if one person stayed stagnant. Like there's been times when Merrick has hung back and not wanted to or didn't feel ready to heal from certain shit. I mean, I am older than him. I mean, that's a thing in our relationship because I am 22 years older than him. I do have to let him go through the things that he needs to go through as a 30-year-old, you know, but at the same time, I'm willing to go through things again with him because I might need to relearn that lesson. And that might be a reason why I'm clear about this stuff because yeah, I got to have a life, you know, hitting all those milestones like 25, 30, 35, 40. And then I get with Merrick who's goes through these things as an adult and then 30 years old. So I get like a do-over, like I get another go round. And you might think that age different relationships, age gap relationships are they're really something special. They really, really are. They really are. And I've learned a lot from Merrick because he was younger than me. And I know he's learned a lot from me, but we have both changed together. We've made each other's lives better and not worse, if you know what I mean. We've changed for the better. We certainly didn't discover that we were autistic or ADHD or create suffering in the lives of other people and ourselves. We haven't created suffering in our own lives. That's for damn sure. We might have alleviated suffering in our lives and alleviated suffering in the lives of other people more than anything, for damn sure.
Short-term delight first, but for my ascension first, for my highest growth.
And ascension is one of those nonsensical words, those spiritual words. I used to follow that ascension stuff too, like ascension symptoms, popping in the ears. I've discovered that all that stuff that they call ascension symptoms is just the ego's programming and conditioning. You're disentangling from that stuff. That's all those ascension symptoms are, because the ego does get embedded into every little fucking cell of your body and get working it all out. I mean, it does cause body symptoms. I mean, my IBS is ego shit. All IBS is ego shit. All disease is ego shit. It is.
First, for the thing that's going to bring me closest to God first. And often that means it's challenging.
Yeah.
And the thing about my twin flame and what I see overall is it's always appropriately challenging for your soul and what you need. And that can be very difficult. And I think that a lot of people have that issue up front, is they're expecting someone, a soulmate is like, oh, this is a really great partner. And a twin flame is like a partner, super soulmate on steroids. So therefore, it's going to be extreme pleasure and delight. It's romance novel 2.0. And it's going to fry you.
But what you're talking about right there is that romantic love is shadow, that 1,000-volt. You've projected all of your ideal characteristics onto another person. You are. I mean, I don't want to go too deep into it, but at the same time, when that turns, you're projecting all your unowned garbage onto them. Like when things get bad, you're projecting unowned garbage onto them. When you're having a good time with them, you're projecting ideal stuff onto them. So the best thing to do before getting into any relationship is to just do a bunch of shadow work. So you're seeing each other as you actually are. I don't think you guys talk much about shadow work at all. I've never heard you talk about shadow work. I might be wrong about that.
Your brain if you're not ready, and it's just exhausting.
Yeah.
It's not that.
So that's why we teach like that peace is the way. And we've seen many times that when one of our students finally attracts and enters their union or their harmonious twin flame union, they all say the same thing. Oh, it was actually peaceful. And that's the correct way to enter into your union, your eternal relationship.
Now, wait a minute.
It's through peace first, because that sets the tone for the relationship. You don't want.
Now, wait a minute. In the last episode, you guys were talking about how awful it was, like tantrums. And I remember you, Sheleia, talking about you not wanting to get out of bed and having arguments and demanding things and acting like a big brat. Do you guys, like, did somebody tell you to say something differently this time? Because what you described as your harmonious union sounded like anything but peaceful.
Want it to be based off of excitement, which is really just anxiety, or fear or any other kind of like low vibe feelings. We want to enter into our unions peacefully, and that sets you up.
Well, I mean, being held at gunpoint is kind of peaceful too. I mean, I've been held at gunpoint. Been mugged. It could be peaceful for a while.
Up for success in your marriage, because that's what it is. It sets you up for success.
So you don't want to be basing your relationship on temporary chemicals that your brain manufactures that nature has designed to forge the relationship into the continuation of the species. I think that as humans, we're kind of evolved to be able to take command over that process a little better, and our society does so and has for a long time. You want to base it not off a temporary chemical high. You want to base it off of a more mature set of principles. And for a lot of history, it's okay, socioeconomic status or like character or what is their family like. You can kind of.
I love that because it's all about evolution of relationships. And like I said with the Aubrey Marcus stuff, just why is getting married elevated to this thing? I mean, it's not that big of a deal. I mean, people get married, people fall in love every day, people date each other. I mean, this is just normal human functions. And I think that it preys upon people who they just want somebody to call their own, but they don't want to do the inner work to attract that person naturally. And here, I'll make everybody a promise that if you do shadow work, if you conquer loneliness, if you heal, if you do all this stuff, the right person will pop into your life. You will not be able to stop them. You may even have to tell them, you might have to try to get away from them, but you won't be able to get away from them. Like the right person will pop into your life when you've done all of that healing, when you've learned. I would even say taking life skills courses and active parenting courses, courses that showed you how you should have been raised. I mean, I think instead of getting involved in twin flames stuff, just take some basic life skills courses. Usually you have to have a DUI or some shit like that go on, or be court ordered to go to them. But you know, a lot like this is based on something a closeted gay guy would come up with to not appear gay.
Tell the direction they're going in their life. And that's much better than the short-term chemicals that nature had planned out for you. But the highest thing, the superlative, is your soul's perfect person. And some people have asked, like, oh, what if they died? Or what if, you know, they're gay and I'm not? Or what if, you know, all these,
what if they're gay and I'm not? Are you fucking kidding me?
Logical, material things.
Right, like third party.
Right, what if they're married? What you don't need to worry about any of that external stuff. This is not an external-based theory.
I mean, I don't like straight guys. I don't go after straight guys. So you're telling me to not worry about if the person that's right for me is gay or not, or if they're another gender, or if they're married or whatever. We can take care of all that stuff. You don't got to worry about that. We'll take care of that shit later.
Or process. It's an internally based theory process.
And based on spiritual reality.
Mm-hmm. And so
spiritual reality. That's a fucking thing, isn't it? Spiritual reality. That's a word salad thing. Spiritual reality. It hurts the brain, doesn't it? It causes a brain twitch. That's the spiritual reality of it all.
Focus on you, not on them. You don't attract them to you by focusing on them. You attract them to you by focusing on you.
Mm-hmm.
If you are designed by God to be with a particular person, and everyone's designed that way, then nothing can stop you from manifesting that person in your reality if it is God's will. And God created you that way, so you can be darn sure that that's God's will, is for you to be with your perfect divine complement. But there are certain features of that, like the amplification of your vibration that happens when you have your twin flame. And if your vibration is an upset or suffering one, you could amplify suffering and create a tremendous pain in your life if you do not do the preparatory work on your consciousness to prepare yourself for your union and ultimately harmonious union. And so God will deny you your twin flame over and over again so that you don't have them until you prepare your consciousness.
Oh my God. Oh!
Because God is a compassionate and loving being, person, God, friend. And so if you trust God, you must learn to trust God on this path if you are to use twin flames as an ascension path and not just
I feel like I'm getting brain
crap.
Yeah.
But it is weird romance novel crap. It is. I mean, I'm debunking twin flames theory, but at least I'm going to listen to you. And it is weird. You keep calling it a spiritual reality. And again, I feel pee running down my back, and it ain't rain.
Because you can manifest your twin flame.
No, lots of people
but
do.
not have real union or harmonious union.
No, it's more like a soulmate relationship. Therefore, the union never reaches its full potential as it was designed to do, because it's supposed to be a vehicle for your ascension, for going from a human consciousness to a more divine consciousness. But just as, harmonious twin flame union can spiral you up into ascension energies and, a life of love and like heaven on earth and opening up cities that you didn't even know existed. So too, can you use your twin flame union to spiral you down the levels of consciousness and bring you into a state of
extreme suffering and pain, and low vibe consciousness, which is really sad when I see that happen. It usually breaks my heart, because that's not the purpose of twin flames. But there are people that do that.
It's a power, and you can use it however you want.
It is a
because
power.
You are an infinite creator with total choice to create your reality, and no one else can do it for you. But
except Jeff and Sheleia Divine, because they will assign you your twin flame. They'll program you into believing this horse shit, that so it will make sense to you. But it's hard to hear. Like with Aubrey Marcus, it's hard to hear because it's full of word salad. It means nothing. And the way they interact with each other, I mean, it's cuckoo. It's kookadoo.
We talk about twin flames being an ascension path to God. It's the same as any other real major religion. It's like, meditation is an ascension path to God, or Christianity is an ascension path to God. This means that if you devote your life to this path, you will be devoting your life to God.
Why not just be a minister, y'all? Why not just be Pentecostal, or why not just be a really good member of your church? Why? Because I think this is all horse shit. You guys know it's all horse shit. I think you know it's all horse shit. There's no passion here. There's no love here. Like, I don't feel it. I'm not fired up about this shit at all. It's sad. It's sad. Like, I am not fired up. Like, you transmit this stuff, y'all. Like, at this point in a video, I should be, hell yeah, let me find my twin flame. I mean, and anybody should be like, if this is real, if what you are saying is real, people should be flipping for this shit like dolphins instead of being repulsed by it. Because it seems like you're stuck with somebody, and they're your twin flame and you're stuck with them. It's very manipulative. It's kind of like it is very manipulative, and it is very controlling. And yes, a shaman would call this shit out. There's no freedom here at all. There's no love here. I don't feel it at all. Just because you say it's a spiritual reality doesn't make it a spiritual reality.
You to devote your life to me or Sheleia or anything other than God, and a path that will, if you feel in your heart, is going to get you there, and that should bring tremendous benefit in terms of deeper peace in your life. An ascension process is not a process of sunshine and rainbows. It's a process of purifying your consciousness. And that can entail, if you look at the saints in any religion, a great deal of suffering and pain and difficulty and challenges.
But again, I'll say your relationship should not cause you suffering. Like, relationships are easy. And if your relationship causes you suffering, it's like...
We venerate these holy people because they have done really difficult things in life and faced great difficulties, and in so doing have purified their consciousness to be closer to God.
And they've moved through those challenges with grace. And I think
those saints, it's sad. It's actually
that's
sad.
The most powerful thing, grace and like humility. And that's God looks upon you favorably when you take that position in your mind, and doesn't just purify your consciousness, but you receive.
Look at his face. They are barely interested in this stuff.
Gifts for that. Not that you should do anything for gifts, but I'm just saying, like, there are perks to moving through these challenges that feel like you're gonna collapse or that it's too big, like it's bigger than you. But in those moments,
The hair. Like, he's such a priss. He's such a priss. That's what we call him. Like, look, he's just prissy. He's a prissy little.
I could tell you, always call upon the strength of God, who will always lend you his strength so that you can surmount any spiritual challenge that you're currently experiencing.
So a lot of talk about God in a twin flame theory video, but ultimately God is the foundation of twin flames.
Yes.
Because you gotta make it about God. You have to make it about God. Otherwise, it's just some horse shit.
God is the way to your twin flame, and God is the purpose of twin flames. We always say that if you devote your life to God and service to God on this path, then God will manifest to you as your highest teacher and student, perfect best friend, perfect partner, and ultimate lover. And love, like romantic lover in spiritual terms, is a transcendental romance. Like read Rumi, for example, and that's a really good example of what twin flame love is like. It's,
or Hafiz.
right? It's transcendental, spiritual, romantic love.
Or the songs of David too have some very nice poems.
That leads you to God, and
They're
God
almost getting me.
manifests.
They're almost getting me, y'all. Like, it's working on me. I'm starting to buy it a little bit because now they're talking about Rumi.
And embodies for you that aspect as your twin flame.
Well, that love you experience within your twin flame union is God. And so you're having a relationship with God through your twin flame union. It's a rather unique set of circumstance because it's your most intimate human relationship that you could have with another is with your twin flame, but subsequently it's with God through your twin flame. So you're very close to God when you are on the path of harmonious twin flame union.
So if this is all real, right? If twin flames are really created by God, if God really does love you and God really planted the desire in your heart for your twin flame, and if you follow that desire, it will lead you to your twin flame, right? Like all of this theory is cool in theory. It's cool to talk about, maybe for some who like to talk about theories. I'm not a theory person. I'm a results person. I come from a business background. I like to see the fruits of my labor. I like to see inputs and outputs. I like to see systems functioning as intended. And if they're not functioning as intended, either there's something broken with the system or it is intended that way, or I don't know how to use the system correctly.
Oh God!
So this
He's the
theory of
this ego, like, oh God, this just takes all the fun out of it. There's no romance here. It's all about results, baby. It's all about the fucking results. I want to see harmonious unions now. I want to see this. I need results. I want results. You see, I got to see the numbers. I got to see the figures. I better get results. This is the mask is off. It's just about results. It's about the figures. He's taken an analytical business approach to just churning out relationships. I mean,
twin flames, and we've given you a cross section. If you want to go really in depth with this, we created Twin Flame Ascension School, and that's available at twinflamesuniverse.com, where we have 300 hours?
Something.
No,
Jesus
it's 450
fucking
hours
Christ.
approximately of this.
Jesus, 300 hours of this? Jesus fucking Christ. How does it take 300 hours to describe anything?
Of talking and discussing
Twin
the theory,
flames.
twin flame theory,
Yeah.
and putting it into practice and teaching you the process.
And clearing blocks to your harmonious twin flame union. It's beautiful.
If this is real, it should work, right? If it's true.
300 hours? I mean, I can't even sit through an hour of this shit.
It should work, right? So how do we know that it works, and how do we know that it's real? Well, we put it into practice, and it's real and it works.
Well, there you have it. There you have it. But I think if it takes 300 hours to explain something, I mean, is there anything that takes 300 hours to explain? People are not that complicated. They're really not. Men are not complicated and women are not complicated. But the ego will fucking complicate the most basic shit. That's how we know this is just ego. This is just pain body. That's all this is. It is two wounded people trying to explain why they hate each other, but they also love each other at the same time. Wow, how can you, man, and like Twin Flame Ascension Coaching. Welcome to our sanctuary of healing and transformation. At Twin Flames Universe, we understand the profound journey of healing, twin flame separation, and we're here to guide you through every step of the process. Our team of certified ascension coaches offers a safe and supportive environment where you can explore your emotions, gain clarity, and rediscover your inner strength with personalized guidance and compassionate understanding. God, all this fucking word. God. We empower you to navigate this sacred journey with confidence and grace. Rest assured, we understand your journey is unique and we honor the sacredness of your experience. Take the first step. This is all just brainwashing. Let's meet one of these coaches. Let's meet. Hey, Fabian, you look kind of cute. Let's see about Fabian. Hey, my name is Fabian. Glad you made it here. I can actually help you attain what you desire. I once didn't have a clue. Nothing worked with my twin flame. It seemed as if normal rules did not apply here. That's when I found the scientific method that guarantees success. This is not another empty promise to sell you something. You don't even have to believe me for it to work for you and bring real results. I am talking about the scientific mirror exercise that Jeff and Sheleia are teaching. They found a way for all Flint twin flames to reunite and live in heaven on earth. It has worked for so many already, and we are just getting started. This works for every single person, every single time. I became a teacher of this work, a master certified ascension coach. I'm enjoying the fruits of this work myself, and I delight in my client's success. You can have it too, pinky promise. Will you claim your dreams? Scroll down to find my offerings. Should I take one of these introductory sessions and a free consultation? Or would I never be able to get out of this shit again? Probably. What is this mirror exercise? The twin flame mirror exercise is a self-reflection technique often associated with Twin Flames Universe that involves using your twin flame's behavior as a reflection of your own inner state and unresolved issues. It's a way to identify and heal emotional wounds by recognizing how your twin flame's actions mirror your own insecurities, fears, or unresolved past experiences. Twin flames are believed to be two halves of the same soul destined to reunite and help each other heal. Their relationship is often described as a mirror where one person's actions and reactions reflect the other's inner world. The exercise: identify the trigger, pinpoint a specific situation or your or behavior from your twin flame that is causing you upset or emotional discomfort. Then acknowledge it. Recognize that this behavior is likely mirroring something within yourself, whether it's a past trauma and insecurity or a pattern you haven't yet addressed. Accept that the upset is ultimately coming from within you, and your twin flame is simply showing you where you need to heal. Offer yourself the love, compassion, or acceptance that you feel you are lacking in this situation. This could involve self-affirmation, self-care. By consistently practicing this exercise, you can gradually heal the underlying issues that are being mirrored, leading to personal growth and potential. Basically, how to put up with shit, essentially. Some have criticized the twin flames universe approach, claiming it can be used to gaslight or manipulate individuals. I would say, how to gaslight. Can you imagine if a really bad person got a hold of this shit? I mean, good God. Good God. Like, the implications of it. Like, I could do anything I wanted to you. And if you got upset with me, I could say, let's do the mirror exercise. It's in you. Man, there's a lot of potential for abuse in this. That's why I say spiritual teachings, the best ones are grounded in reality. I mean, yeah, I've been in situations where people are gaslighting me, and it's very difficult to get out of, because they'll be doing fucked up shit to me, but they'll say they're not doing it. Kind of like when I had a boyfriend and I was meditating, he was on meth, he was doing all this fucked up shit, cheating on me and everything. And he said, "Find your center, bitch." Like, the potential for abuse is wild. It's wild. There's only 10 minutes left in this. So if you've stuck with me this far, thank you. But I think that by the end of this, you just know, like, I think this has been a very educational journey, because, I knew that the twin flame stuff was bullshit before I went in. But at the same time, I have been able to look at some of my own beliefs about love, trauma, abuse, and stuff like that. You're not supposed to be using your relationship in this way. You're just not. It's not good for anybody to use your relationship as sort of a playground to heal from. And I truly believe that. I know it's not good because I had to have therapy over it. Merrick and I were trying to heal each other, and you have to go to therapy. That's why I said you got to go to a therapist, because if you do this kind of shit with each other, you're going to end up hating each other. You're going to end up, it sounds like hell on earth.
If it's true that you have a twin flame and that God planted a desire in your heart for your twin flame, and that God loves you, and that God planted a desire in your heart in order for you to have that dream come true, then through a relationship with God and a process of getting closer to God, you should therefore, by law of attraction, another spiritual law here, manifest your twin flame in your life and into harmonious union. Right? That's what should happen if this is real. And there are some caveats, right? We talked about one of them, like, hey, your consciousness is not cleansed enough for you to be ready for your harmonious twin flame union. So maybe you want to take the time to do that.
Otherwise, it'll just wreck you, and you'll join the numerous groups of disgruntled people online who feel that twin flames is traumatizing, which is, we don't want you to have that experience. We want you to have a really wonderful and beautiful experience, because it's your most perfect love story unfolding in your life. And it shouldn't be a traumatizing one. It should be a joyful one, and a blissful one, and a peaceful one. And it can happen, and it is happening on our side over here.
But nobody's seeing that. I saw your video where we went deep inside your harmonious union. It's a dysfunctional relationship. And the people who said no to this bullshit, and the people who got away from it, and see, this is the fucking shit right here. Because I remember, I'm not even gonna, when you're in a dysfunctional family, when you're in a dysfunctional system, listen up, bitches. When you're in a dysfunctional family and you object to something, they say, "Oh, well, you can't take a joke. You can't handle it. You can't take a joke. You can't handle it." And look at this smug bitch right here, talking about the people who said, "This is all horseshit. You guys fucking ruined my life." And then to be so fucking smug about it. You couldn't handle it. bitch.
So that's why we say, until you kind of like understand the spiritual inner work that surrounds.
You just don't understand. You don't get it. You just don't get what we're trying to do for you. You don't understand. The whole fucking thing is dysfunctional as fuck. It's a cult. It's a dysfunctional, twisted, controlling cult. And you rope people into this shit. I mean, look at, I was going to show some more videos, but I'm not. Look at the, look. He says, that's when I found the scientific method that guarantees success. It seemed as if normal rules did not apply here. And I mean, it looks good. You can be with your ultimate lover too. Together we are unlocking the full potential of the teachings of Jeff and Sheleia. These miserable fucks.
Twin flame union or harmonious twin flame union, tread carefully because it can be not a nice experience. And then, if you dive in and then you realize, I'm out of my depth, and now, your twin flame has blocked you, or you're no longer in a relationship, or it's turned.
Yeah, because I'd block somebody who
toxic and traumatic, then you have to backpedal. And of course, you can always recuperate your twin flame union once you start doing the inner work. But it's just better if you already do it, and then you don't have to like go in and out of the pain of separation and like.
And see, that's the crux of this, that you're in pain when you're separated from your twin flame, or when you're separated from the person that you love. That's called codependency. That is just garden variety, just codependent. And, Merrick and I have had to work on our own codependency. But you know what? We've recognized, like, we're getting a little codependent here. We're getting a little codependent here. And codependency is it's like the other person in your relationship shouldn't affect you all that much. And it sounds like I'm giving relationship advice. No, this is what I've learned in therapy. This is what I've learned from mental health professionals as I'm trying to disentangle myself from dysfunctional relationships. I personally cannot stand a dysfunctional relationship. I don't like them. They make me sick. They make everybody sick. So having to go to therapy for all of this, you learn things, you pick things up from therapists about relationships. Like you don't even have to be in a relationship to learn about how relationships should function. So if your partner is able to have that big of an effect on you, that's codependency. Like that mirror exercise. If my husband's behavior, or if he gets in a mood or something like that, it shouldn't affect me all that much. And you especially learn this in Al-Anon. And when you go to Al-Anon, you learn more about relationships. You learn more about boundaries. You learn more about how to be in a healthy marriage with somebody else. Like you pick this stuff up as you're going through a healing process. And what they're describing is just straight up fucking dysfunction. See, now they've dispensed with all of the God talk, and now they're getting into the real sick shit.
Have a hard time.
It's better if you have a guide you can trust who's been through this or knows how to go through this, and that can help you through this process, because it can be hard and scary.
Yeah.
We have a community that supports us in this. So it's an ascension path to God.
But if it comes from God, you don't need all that much guidance. Really. Like I became a motherfucking shaman, and no human could really help me through that. It was all God and the spirits. And there aren't many intermediaries when you're becoming a shaman. When you're spiritually awakening, there aren't that many gurus that can actually fucking help you with this shit. It's literally kind of self-directed. And that's what I've discovered listening to some of this shit, is that you guys are acting like intermediaries for God. In my work, I try to get out of the way and just be a co-experiencer with people. And no, I don't have all the answers. I don't want all the answers. But at the same time, I do seek to alleviate suffering and especially not create more suffering. It's why I don't feed people drugs. It's why I help people understand the importance of boundaries, and also talk a lot about how easy life is without the ego's involvement. This leans into that falseness. This leans into the bullshit. This leans into the trauma. It's like being in a boiling pot of water and thinking it's a hot tub on a honeymoon.
And this process works and has worked every time for every person we've seen go through this. As you purify your consciousness, you fill your inner well, it attracts your twin flame to you, and you can from there develop a relationship with them based upon what you learned about how to develop a relationship with God along the way. And if you're already really mastered in this, it can happen really quickly for you. Some people, they manifest their twin flame in a matter of weeks or months. And some people, it takes much longer.
This is just treating people as commodities, cookie cutter, puzzle pieces. There's nothing divine in this at all. It's actually very, very sad. Like I got to the end of the Aubrey Marcus podcast. By the end of it, it's just sad. It's just sad.
And that's okay. There's no set, amount of time that it can take for a person. Like it depends on your soul and your spiritual development and where you're at in your relationship with God. Like that's between you and God, but it does happen. And one really great way to lose your twin flame union is to party on it, is to treat it like it's a drug to get you high. And you will lose it quickly doing that, or it will devolve into something that's not sweet. And the goal here of twin flames, right? Like you hear about twin flames, you think ultimate lover, like I want a really good romance. That's the goal, right? That's the initial goal. And that is the promise, and that is the fruit of harmonious twin flame union and the twin flame ascension path, is a beautiful, incredible, juicy, romantic partnership in life, friendship.
But you can have all that without going through all this horse shit. You guys have complicated the most basic fucking thing, which is falling in love, fucking other people, and turned it into something so complicated. They don't have a background. He's got a business degree. There is no therapist. There's no psychology in this. I mean, at least I'm an ordained minister. And Jeff and Sheleia are the founders of the Teachings of Union. After meeting online, they met online. Okay, now we know. And using the mirror exercise to heal their blocks, they soon realized that they were twin flames. These people just realized shit. They also realized that she was autistic. They also realized that she had ADHD. They just realized shit. And this naturally led them to a state of deep and permanent harmony with one another. In 2014, they coined the term harmonious twin flame union. Hold the fuck up. After achieving the vibration together, being the first to achieve and discover HTFU, they went on to distill step by step their logical and scientific process of inner healing and purification. They began sharing this process through their body of work and have changed the lives of countless students who have also come to achieve these same results in their lives. Jeff and Sheleia were married in 2016, and then in 2023, their daughter Grace was born, completing their family. They are dedicated to their life purpose of helping all twin flames achieve permanent harmonious union and build the lives of their dreams together. They're just making this shit up. At least I consult. I Here's where being in therapy my whole life actually served me, because even when I remember being with a counselor, especially as I was going through, especially in the final stages of me grappling with me being a shaman, especially in the final stages of it. And I was like, spirits tell me these things. I'm getting communications from spirits. Am I crazy? And my counselor said, well, they give you good advice. And they were giving me good advice. I mean, my spirit guides were encouraging me to not drink, to take it easy, to heal from stuff. Like, my spirit guides were giving me really good advice. And so the mental health professionals in my life at that time, they weren't, because you don't challenge a delusion. But at the same time, I kept asking them, like, am I in psychosis? Am I in psychosis? Am I crazy? Because this is crazy. To be talking to spirits, becoming a shaman. Is this really going on with me at all? But so being in therapy, being under psychiatric care, knowing a lot about it has really served me in being able to sort out bullshit like this. It really, really has.
Learning partner in life. Someone that you build a beautiful, divine, wonderful, spectacular life with.
Mm-hmm.
And we have been following this path for some time, and I think we're pretty good role models of it, because year after year, no matter what happens, our lives get better, our dreams keep coming true, and we have to dream up new dreams so that they'll come true, so we have something new to pursue, because everything that we've pretty much in everything that we've endeavored to achieve, we've achieved and more. God plants new dreams in our hearts to achieve all the time, and we're always striving toward those.
Oh, honey, all my dreams came true. Like, there's nothing, like, I've stepped out of ego consciousness. There's like, sure, I'd like to be able to make a little bit more money. Yeah, but that's pretty much it. But I'm willing to put the work in for that. But what is new dreams, like, no, you reach a point in life, especially if you've stepped outside of ego consciousness, all you do is you're just present. Everything just sort of happens.
And one thing I find really interesting is I'm always seeing, different videos or bits of information from experts in their fields. And I saw one expert who was talking about, like, having couples have healthy sex lives and healthy relationships and marriages. He was talking about brain chemicals.
Why don't you talk to an expert? Why? Because I do. I go to therapy. I go to I talk to people in their field. I don't hear shit from people. Like, I'll go to the source. Like, my doctors, I'm full of questions with my doctors. Like, I'll ask them questions. I've asked my doctors questions, and they're like, wow, I've never gotten that question before. And we talk about stuff. Like, I've talked with my doctors about semen retention, and they're like, yeah, that sounds like it would be good for you.
And he said, the first 4 to 7 months of a relationship, it's hot, it's new, it's exciting, and your brain is flooded with, like, dopamine
And oxytocin.
Yeah. Right? You're literally a high as nature secures the bond. And then over time that fades. And he said, in order for you to have a healthy marriage that's exciting and spicy, you need oxytocin, which is the bonding chemical, but more than that, you need vasopressin, which is actually achieved only by solving problems together. And when you are a friend to your spouse and you solve a problem together with them and they were good to you, like, your brain has an imprint, a chemical imprint and a memory there that says this is a safe person. Like, remember this person, remember that this person does good for you. And that
oh gosh, just take all the fun out of it. Why not just play video games with each other? Why not just
deep bond and deep trust, and that allows you to go through great difficulty together and build extraordinary things together, because you solved problems together and you developed that bond together,
and to feel new levels of love together.
Well, that's our teaching, right? That's the teachings of union.
Yeah,
is the teachings of union and the twin flame ascension path not only align in spiritual truth, but they also work perfectly with nature and physical material reality. That, hey, the best way for you to have the best brain chemicals is to walk the ascension path with your twin flame, because you're solving all the time, every day, nonstop, spiritual problems that you have, and you do that together, and you build a beautiful life together. And that's the end game here, is you and your twin flame together building a beautiful life. And that's the happily ever after that we never get to see in the Disney movies of them finding.
Or any movie.
Okay,
Yeah.
so, you know,
And then they
so
lived.
the HTFU is just fucking doing Sudoku puzzles all the time and just solving problems together. Somebody's mowing grass outside. They're just mowing grass. I've only got, so y'all are just gonna have to put up with that grass mowing, because we're almost done. We've only got, wait, how long is this? We've only got 5 minutes left. I'm gonna try to rush through this. I know you got more things to do.
Happily ever after. And then part 2 is they have a screaming kid and they're fighting, and you know, that's not really,
Yeah.
you know, my ideal, but
We've had a very good.
Then they have a screaming kid together. That's not my ideal. Then a flash of realization crossed his
Good
face.
family life so far.
oh, we've learned to
Yeah.
cultivate a healthy nervous system, a
Yeah.
balanced nervous system.
That's
What
the
do they
big
call
thing.
that? A regulated nervous
Regulated
system.
nervous system, yeah.
And
all my
that's-
parenting books talk about that. You know, have a regulated kid means the parent has a regulated nervous system.
So that's what this leads to, is the inner work. We use a tool called the mirror exercise to identify areas of your consciousness that are out of alignment with love, out of alignment with God, places where you're upset. And we use this tool to help not only identify the block or upset in your consciousness to receiving and giving love, but to purify that block away until that there is only love that remains. And this is the ascension process. It's in essence the same as any other ascension process that's out there, like meditation, for example. That's a process of purifying your consciousness. That's what yoga does as well.
What purifies your consciousness is pain. The purification process is very difficult, very severe. It's not pretty. The purification process is when you look at all the fucked up shit you've ever done in your life, you have to atone for it, and it is extremely fucked up. It's extremely fucked up. And you know, there's whatever spirits they're subjugated by are very noisy with me right now. These spirits are like, shut up, Patrick, shut up, don't say anything. We're gonna sue you for defamation. You can't say this shit about us. It's what I see. It's my opinion. You guys are saying it for yourselves. You should not make videos about this stuff. Like, just go right off into the sunset. Why? Because you guys have done this and you're trying to sell us on it. And I get that. I understand why you would want to sell us on it. I do. But at the same time, you're doubling down on dysfunction.
Prepares you for meditation. So very, very exciting. Like my body cannot handle the pace of joy that is trying to pass through my lips.
I know, but we're already an hour into this podcast, so probably should start
To wrap it up and
summarize.
conclude.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a really good podcast so far.
Yeah, it's been really nice.
But I think we just got a cross section. Like, we get into these videos like, okay, like, how can we possibly talk more about this same subject? I could literally talk nonstop forever.
Just
about
when we
this.
think we got nothing to say, we got lots to say.
Y'all said nothing in this whole fucking podcast. You said very little. Very little. This could have been a 5-minute podcast.
The subject, yeah, it's juicy.
So, in essence, twin flame theory is that you are a spiritual being created by love.
You mean I could have watched the very end of this? Fuck.
Loving God with a divine complement who is your ultimate lover, who you explore eternity together with, and that separation from them is not natural in your eternal existence. It's really weird. It's really unusual. It shouldn't be happening. And so we have a desire to move back to our spiritual balance and harmony, which is perfect union with our true twin flame. And so we have developed a process through in collaboration with our spiritual community, Twin Flames Universe, that helps you to work through the blocks that are arising to the vibration of harmonious union.
Good God.
And beyond. And from there, the point is to build a beautiful life and go ever deeper in eternal love with your true twin flame. And you do that by working through the blocks to your manifestations, the dreams in your heart. And I tell you that the only dreams that are going to be really exciting are the ones that you can't yet have. Like if you're in a desert, all you want is like
Water.
Imagine water. Imagine
Water.
like ice cream.
Yeah.
How good would it be to have ice cream?
Yeah.
If you're in the desert, right? But if you're in the grocery store and there's like, 800 pounds of ice cream in front of you and you got $1,000 in your pocket, you probably had enough ice cream. It's not that exciting. Okay, cool, I've got ice cream, right? You want the thing that is a stretch for your soul, that takes you to the next level, that goes beyond.
This is the ego's conception of it all.
Where you're at right now. That's the thrilling thing. And if you have an ideal, optimal partner in life, it allows you to reach so much further than if you were doing it alone. And you're not alone.
Shit.
You are a twin flame.
Being married is fun. It is fun. Like I don't have to worry about going to eating alone, or like we're gonna go see Prince, the Prince movie in IMAX at the end of August. I'm probably always gonna have a date somewhere. I'm gonna at night. I'll get to. I know who I'm gonna be watching a movie with. Yeah, it is a lot of fun. It is, but you guys have taken the fun out of all of that. You guys turned it into a science. Not everything has to be a science or a program or a class or a course. Sometimes you could just meet somebody in Walmart and say, hey, I like you too. This is crack-a-lacka.
And we know this because not only have we walked a path and achieved the prize that was promised, but we presented this path to others and supported others, and they got the same prize that was promised.
Because you assigned it to them. You set it all up. I know this because I've seen the documentaries and I've heard the testimonials, and you teach people how to get it. And what they get is trauma bonded. They get gaslighting, they get manipulation. You're focused on the results. It reminds me of when parents want their kids to get sober. They just want the results. They're focused on results, not on the quality. Not on the quality. And this type of process and program that you have will lead to, it's not quality. I mean, Eckhart talks about that. When there's ego involved in anything, it's not going to be good for you at all. It's going to be hell on earth. And as we finish up this deep dive on debunking Twin Flames Universe, I do want to say that even though it was long, I'm clear about it. And sometimes you have to go through stuff like this to become clear about it. And so yes, Twin Flames Universe it's cockamamie, it's ego-based, it's trauma bonded. There's a lot of potential for abuse and misuse. It'll make you fat. It'll trap you in an arranged marriage. And as we end this, we're going to watch the rest of this. Thank you for making it through with me. And I hope I made it a little entertaining for you. But now you know. Now you know without a doubt. It's all bullshit. It's all crazy. It's all cockamamie. And here we go.
Ta-da!
And then they helped other people with this.
Yeah.
And then those people got the same prize that was promised. Guys,
Ta-da!
twin flames are real.
Yeah,
you can have yours.
Yeah.
And if you're willing to work through that inner process of purification of your consciousness, you too can arrive there.
But you can arrive there without any of this stuff. I mean, you don't have to go through all of this crap to fall in love with somebody or be with somebody. You guys are sick. You guys need therapy. You need help. You need help. But you don't have to go through any of this stuff at all. This is crazy. This is insane that somebody would put themselves through this shit just to find somebody to marry. It's like love is not complicated. Love is easy. Most of all, love is free. Love feels good. Trauma feels bad.
Yeah.
At your
Near and far. It's the law of opposites.
harmonious union and your beautiful life of love and beyond.
Amen.
Amen. If you want to know more, check out the link below at twinflamesuniverse.com. Take the twin flame test and take the first step toward manifesting your harmonious twin flame union.
There's a
We're
twin
here.
flame test.
We're going to be here forever doing the same thing. We're not going anywhere. So when you're ready, if this is something that interests you, come check us out and we would be happy to help you. And you don't have to pay anything for the twin flame test or a lot of our resources. It's free. Just try it on and see if it works for you. And we would love to help you more if you want. So anything else?
No, that's good. I look forward to seeing you guys in more videos, and we hope you have a very wonderful day and a blessed twin flame journey.
God bless.
Thank you so much.
Namaste.
He fucking said namaste. Oh, these motherfuckers with their namaste. What's the twin flames test? Let's take the twin flames test. Okay. Okay, I'm going to click on the free part. Blog, twin flames video. Home. I don't see the twin flames test. Click to take the twin flame test. Start test. How important? Extremely important. Ideally, marriage should be forever. I mean, yes. Would you feel completely satisfied? No. Do you feel romantic love is something you're entitled to have without needing to put any effort to the process? No. Somewhat valuable. If my partner does something okay, this is not for me. It's unanswerable questions. But suffice it to say, we're done. Thank God, we're done. We're fucking done. We're fucking done with twin flames. We're done with twin flames because it's just trauma bonded. And they said that they're not going anywhere. But I think they'll eventually be made to stop it or make it into something unrecognizable. But Jeff and Sheleia and to your loved ones, you guys are smart. No, that's not true. You guys are just wounded. Bring a therapist on board. You know, I just don't know how you're doing this. I don't know how you're doing. I'm thinking of this, you know. I mean, I've had training in drug and alcohol help. I mean, I was a certified peer support. I had a certification given to me by the state in which I live. I had to go through training. I had to do this kind of stuff in order to be able to help people with their drug and alcohol problems. But even then, I was prevented from doing some of the shit that you're doing. Like I couldn't talk about trauma with clients. I had to refer them to a mental health professional, and it's what I do today. If somebody wants to talk to me about their trauma, I say, you need to talk to a licensed mental health professional about that. That's the law. That's the law. I'm not equipped to deal with somebody else's trauma. I'm not a licensed mental health professional. And I don't know how you guys are doing this at all. Does anybody else know how they're doing this at all? Because they're talking a lot about mental health jargon. Okay, so thank you for reaching the end of this with me. I'm a little worn out, but now it's time for the song. Are you ready for I Got Burned by My Twin Flame? I am. Let's hear it. Let's go. It's a song by the Concrete Shamans. Thank you for joining me. If you would like to support the work we do, like and subscribe, comment, or use an emoji if you got nothing to say. Share this content with others. Join this channel and support the work we do and get access to members-only videos and features. Thank you for watching and growing with us. I love you guys so much. I will see you on the next episode of the Shaman Patrick Show. Bye.
He showed up like prophecy, dressed in a panic attack. Said we were stardust lovers from some mythic zodiac. He wore incense like cologne, spoke in riddles and ash. Told me pain was just a portal, then vanished in a flash. His love was a sermon, his body divine. I got baptized in gaslight and mistook it for a sign. He called me his mirror, I called it a curse, 'cause every revelation just made things worse. So let me tell you, I got burned by my twin flame. A holy war with a prettier name. We danced in the fire till my poor heart broke, and you called my meltdown a spiritual joke. If you made yours, babe, change your name. The soul ain't a match, take a love ain't a game. One soul, two fools, too wild to tame. And yeah, I got burned by my twin flame. Clues and tarot and playlist and dreams, a breadcrumb trail through emotional extremes. He said chaos was sacred, coercion was fake, but God doesn't ghost me after the fifth bad date. He called it awakening, I called it deranged. His mood swings were tantric, his vibe always changed. Said I triggered his healing, oh how divine. I was bleeding in circles while he realigned. So let me tell you, I got burned by a twin flame. Holy smoke, unholy shame. Said I was the lesson you heed to transcend, while I spiral texted and prayed for the end. Give me yours, run like sand, don't mistake the spiral for a way back in. It's a karmic trap with a new age frame, and darling, I got scorched by my twin flame. This isn't a romance, it's ritual pain.